All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Town Hall. Today is Monday, March 3rd. It's a little after 7. We are here for a work session to discuss the municipal side of the town's budget. First order of business, as always, pledge allegiance to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next on the agenda is the land acknowledgement statement, which I will read. The town of South Kingstown pays homage to the indigenous people in land on which the town is now located. Let this acknowledgement serve as a reminder of our ongoing efforts to recognize, honor, reconcile, and partner with the Narragansett tribe whose land and water we benefit from today. All right, now we're going to get right into it. We're going to be discussing the municipal side of the fiscal year 25-26 budget. And I'm going to hand it right over to Jim Maney to get this going.
Thank you, Council President. I'll have a few opening remarks. I'll give you an executive summary of what we're doing tonight, and then we'll get right into it. So, as you just stated, tonight is the municipal proposed budget for 25-26. It's a 70-page document that Brian Sylvia has been working on for hundreds of hours, if not thousands, right, Brian? No, hundreds of hours, weekends, nights, holidays. This budget is very complex, a lot of work, and he and his staff have done a great job of it. So thanks, Brian, for what you've done. Next, I'd like to thank the directors and the department heads who are sitting in the crowd right here. I'm thanking them because they submitted realistic and lean budgets. There was nothing that came across that I looked at them cross-eyed and said, are you kidding me? Nothing like that came across. They really were spot on with their budgets. They knew what was expected by by management, by council, and by, most important, the residents. So they were very good budgets that came across. It was fairly easy to get them where we are today. These directors are the glue that holds everything together. They are the ones that handle all the operations on a day-to-day basis, and I commend them for that. Last, I'd like to thank the residents, the taxpayers in this town. This every year we estimate that we collect approximately 99% of what the tax levy is, which is an extremely high number for any town, and we usually meet or exceed that. So I know no one likes to pay taxes. We tolerate it, but I think I can assure the residents that, if there's transparency, accountability, and oversight of our budget, it's a lot more easier to take. And me as a taxpayer, that's the stuff I always look for. I assure the residents and taxpayers that what I stated, transparency, accountability, and oversight, is all of the above. Every dollar we spend is like spending our own. So with that being said, I will open up to the document. I will go over the first 9 pages, and we're going to do things just a little different, where we're going to pull up a slide because it's lengthy. There's 70 pages. We'll go over the highlights, and for example, the number of FTE when Brian's up, the number of FTEs, the last year's budget, this year's budget, and then whatever key points are in there, and then we can open up for questions right away or comments. This way, we're not just going over each line right down to the penny, which slows the whole process down. So if you look at this, it's page 3 in this document. This is the calendar that we must keep by charter. And it, like on the 1st of March is when the preliminary budget's due. Work session number 1's tonight. Tomorrow night is work session number 2 with the Human Services Outside Agency request. And so on and so forth. Wednesday the 12th, March 12th, work session number 3 is with the school department. Then the deadline is the preliminary budget deadline is March 22nd. If you look at the April portion of this, we have 2 public hearings, one on the 15th and 17th. On the 21st of April, there's a deadline to submit petitions for revisions of this budget, but it would require 25 signatures. And consideration of the petitions and adoption of the final operations budget is Monday, April 28th. In May, on the 12th, There's a deadline for submissions of final petitions for a referendum, 200 signatures required. And that's if. On the 16th, there's a deadline for petition signatures to be verified by the Board of Canvassers. In June, the possible budget referendum, if there was one was called, would be the Tuesday following the first Saturday. And on Friday, the 13th of June, the town assessor sets a tax rate for the fiscal year 25-26. If you go to page 4, you'll see this is how it reads in the charter, what is required for our budget. If you go to page 5, these are some of the highlights. So the school fund, this is the fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget highlights. And this is just a summary once again. The school fund is $62,587,000, which is an increase of $128,000 and change from last year. So I asked Brian, why did that change? They got some more state aid. Miscellaneous revenue, stand to be corrected. If you look at the town general fund, $34,086,000. It's an increase of $1.3 million change from last year. The debt service, line 3, $3,542,000 is a debt service proposed for 25-26. It's an increase of $1.744 million. And that driver right there was because of the new debt that the town is issuing for the building of the new high school. That's why it went up. If you look at the proposed tax transfer to schools, this year it's $55,994,000. That is a 0% increase from last year. The proposed tax levy this year is $79,333,000. That is an increase of $2.587 million from last year, and it's 3.37% increase. And once again, the new debt accounts for 45% of that increase, and that new debt was for the building of the new high school. If you look at the tax rate right now, with everything in the budget, without any cuts that could come tonight, is $9.04, down from $11.05. But once again, that is the number we're striving to reduce if we can tonight, if there's anything the council sees they want to take out of the budget. We just had a new reval, and the estimated net assessed value is $8,754,000,000. That's up of $1.8 billion from the last revaluation, which is a substantial increase. And we've got a lot of calls on that today, quite honestly, because the letters went out on Friday, I believe it was. Go to the next page, page 6. Let's go over the personnel costs, which are probably the highest cost the town has. So the IBPO, which is the International Brotherhood of Police Officers, there's 58 police officers in the town of South Kingstown. And the cost of living increases this year are budgeted at 2%. In the International Association of Firefighters, which has 24 members, that is our EMS, South Kingston EMS, their cost of living increases are set at 2%. Council 94, which we just settled that contract, as you all know, has 49 personnel, and their cost of living increase this year is budgeted at 2%. South Kingston MEA, or NEA, has 48 full-time employees, and their cost of living increase, because of the way their contract fell, is 3%. Non-union personnel, of which we have 50 of those in this town, the cost of living increase is set at 3%. Last year was at 2%, the year before that it was at 2.25%, and the year before that it was at 2%. What I'm finding is we are falling behind, even based just on our unions or other municipalities. So that 3% is what I'd be respectfully asking the council to consider for the 50 non-union employees. In talking to Brian, going from 2% to 3% would only be about a $60,000 increase for the levy. So it's not as high as you would think. Let's go down to the proposed position changes, which is on the middle of the slide and down. There are a total of 4 new FTEs that are being presented tonight that we can discuss. It only nets out to 4. There's really 5, but 1 was a consolidation, and I'll go over that. If you look at the parks maintenance technician in Council 94, under parks maintenance, that is a new FTE. So last year, we had Parks and Rec and facilities each sharing 1 FTE. It was half each. What we found with facilities, the volume of work that they had to do on the buildings, just maintaining the buildings, was so overwhelming that it was decided to transfer the half FTE from parks to facilities, so this way they have a full-time employee instead of a half-time employee. But that leaves Parks and Rec, which has a tremendous amount of work to do on all our parks and recreational facilities, short 1. So if you look, that is one of the FTEs that I am requesting that the Town Council consider. The wages are $56,000, the benefits are $34,000, the total would be $90,000 for that 1 FTE. If you go to the second line, paramedic positions, 2 EMS personnel. We are going to, next year, we're going to break ground with the next few months for the new EMS station in Kingston. In Perryville. And that is going to require 8 full-time employees to staff that 24/7. We hired 2 last year. If we hire 2 more this year and 4 next year, it will spread it out. And this way, we're not trying to hire 6 next year, or if we didn't do last year, 8 next year, which would really pump up the numbers. Talking to the director, Craig Stanley, of EMS, there's a benefit to hiring 2. Because there's so many shifts available, and because there's overtime, because we run that so lean, that when someone is on vacation, it's backfilled by an overtime person, that we estimate at least for every 1 full-time employee hired in EMS, we would save 50% in overtime. So that is a request, 2 FTEs for the EMS positions. Yes, go ahead.
One point on the EMS positions also, as you see here, the total cost is $198,000. Also within the general fund proposed budget is an increase on EMS billing, the revenue side, of $100,000. So that's effectively funding one of these 2 positions. That EMS billing is going from $1 million in the current year to $1.1 million next year.
If you go to the third line, one of the questions, one of the constructive criticisms my office got was that we did not communicate enough or effectively with the residents, whether it came to social media, whether it came to written documents, whether it's posted meetings, and so forth. And quite honestly, that's probably pretty accurate. Do the best we can for what we have, but a recommendation came in that maybe we have someone in charge of that communications to keep the residents and taxpayers well informed on meetings, events, and so forth and so on. Just recently, last Friday, my executive assistant has announced that she is going to, Colleen Camp, is going to retire after 35 years of service, well-earned retirement. She's been critical here she's been in this role as executive assistant for about 28 years, she was telling me today. And this is a great opportunity now because that job has evolved immensely from the time she started as a executive assistant to where she is now. That this might be a good time to, when the next person comes in, write the job description as North Kingstown did, so that they're not only an executive assistant, but also a communications manager for social media, written, and so forth, as well as like constituent services, which Colleen already does that without actually being in the job description. So that could be a possibility if the council desires to take that FTE, that new FTE, out of the communications manager. And because it's a pretty high-level position, that communication manager alone, wages was $94,000, benefits $29,000, total was $124,000. So that could be one of the deductions the council could consider. Director, the fourth line, Director of Grants and Special Projects, non-union town manager's office. Once again, you look at the wages, same as the one above it, $94,000, $29,000 benefits, total $124,000 total. If that position was created, we had for about 16 months, we had a grant person that was hired as a consultant, was paid $5,000 a month, and it worked fairly well for the town up to that point. But quite honestly, looking at the future now, I do think the amount of grants that we would be applying for and getting could go down substantially. So that would be another position the council could consider to take out of the budget if they see fit. The next line and the last one is the consolidation of police civilian staff, and this is Chief Moynihan came up with this, where he's combining two positions. One person retired, combining that person's responsibilities with the person that's there, and that would reduce the FTE count at the police department by 1. So if you look at, once again, if you look at, if you take all of the ones in, there's 5 minus 1 is 4, or you take 2 out, it could bring it down to 2 FTE positions total requested. They'd both be for EMS. The parks maintenance technician will be offset by the one by the police department. And if you look at the last line where the stars are, these positions are funded via 70% in the general fund, 10% the water fund, 20% by the wastewater fund. Those are the 2 positions that, if you want to take it out, the communications person and the director of grants. But that's where those positions will be funded if you wanted them to stay in. Let's go to page 7. There's a lot of information on this, so really just scan it, look at it. It's the fiscal year 25-26 proposed operating budget, all funds summary. It gives what was adopted in 24-25 and what's proposed in 25-26, and you can see the percentages of where they go up. If you scroll down, debt service, we talked about that a little bit. Brian, if you want to explain that a little better, how that offsets.
So the debt service is going up, as mentioned, just under $1.8 million. We'll go into this in greater detail when we get up to the debt service, but as a summary of that, of the $1.8 million, that debt service is going up, about $1.1 million is related to tax revenue funded by the tax levy, and about $680,000 is being used from the debt service fund balance. And that's how we'll achieve this increase for the debt service fund.
How much is coming from the debt service fund?
$682,000, I believe. We'll get to that. I'll have the amount when we get to that screen. But
If we go to page 8, this is the summary of the estimated net assessed values less exemptions. So this is ongoing right now. The tax assessor's office, which is working very diligently to get this over the finish line, is what the new tax roll, proposed tax roll would be. We have a very strong tax base in this town. So let's look at just taxable land and buildings in 24-25. It was $6.8 billion. Because of the new assessment, it has risen to $8.6 billion, with a net change of approximately $1.8 billion, as I stated previously, and a net change of 26% increase. And then the tangibles on the bottom, it went up from 90 million to 97 million, with a difference of about 7 million, and the net change was approximately 8% increase on the tangibles. Let's go to page 9. So the 25-26 proposed tax levy needed. Let's go to the top line. Total property taxes required. If you look at the town, it'd be $21,985,000 for Look at the schools, $57,481,000. If you look at in the total on the far right, is $79,467,000. If you look at the allocation of tax levy, you'll see that the town runs on approximately $22 million, which is 27% of the tax levy. If you scroll over, you'll see the school has about $57.5 million, and the tax levy, allocation of tax levy is 72%. So one thing that number jumps out on me is we do an awful lot in this town for $22 million. Everything. And we, paving, water, everything that goes on. That's the number we go off in our budget. And you can see there's many other numbers there. So if you go to 7 lines down, you'll see the current year taxes budget for the town side, $21,659,000. For the school side, $56,628,000. And the total budget would be $78,288,000. So that's my portion. And Brian, you'll continue with page 10, correct?
Excuse me. So on page 10, as Jim noted, actually, there's a few explanations on page 9 that kind of roll. 9 and 10 go hand in hand on how to get to the tax revenue. So the school requirement, that tax required amount at the top, $57,481,486, how that's arrived at is the local appropriation of the $55,994, and then the rest is the net debt obligations of the school department. So that is all of their combined debt service minus what is being used from fund balance and minus what we are receiving from the state for state aid for to cover debt service. So that amount is $1,486,000. So that coupled with the $55,900, that's how you get to the $57,481. I just wanted to explain that on where that number, that then drives the rest of these percentages and how we go from there, which then feeds into, again, the percentages are on page 10. So, again, using the percentages, the rate would break down to, based on what is required for a levy, the rate would break down to 904, and that differential, I'm in the middle of the page, that tax rate distribution for FY 25-26. That's where you're seeing it'd be $2.50 for the town and $6.54 for the school, for a combined rate of $9.04 as proposed in this budget. Overall, the levy increase, as Jim had noted earlier, is proposed at 3.37 at the bottom of the page. And again, right above that, as noted earlier, that results in a levy increase of 2.5, almost $2.6 million. Worth noting, as we do have a 4% cap from the state, if the town elected to go to the 4% cap, I don't think the town has a desire to, but that would result, if you wanted to go to the 4% cap, that would result in an additional $427,000, and it would be a tax rate of $9.09. There's a historical rate allocation for the town's levy. You'll see it, again, as proposed at the bottom. We're proposing, the proposed rate would be 27.67% for the town and 72.33% for the school, for a combined rate of 904. On page 12, this is a summary of the town's special revenue funds. Overall on this page, you're seeing a total increase of $1,906,000. That's an increase of 43.73%. And again, that is driven by the debt service fund, which is up almost $1,744,000. Next on page 13 is the enterprise funds. Overall, the enterprise funds are up a combined $662,000 or 8.6% to a new total of proposed of $8,373,294. On page 14, this is a summary of the different sub-accounts or account types. This is, again, I should just note, this is for the general fund only, not all funds. We had, the last few slides were all funds. So this is just the general fund. And it's worth noting here, the total for personnel, wage and benefits is 76.8% for the proposed budget, and that is up slightly from the current adopted budget, which was 75.7%. On page 15, I'm going to focus mainly on this for, again, we're going to go through all of the sections in terms of the proposed budget. I wanted to focus on this slide for the third column, that 24, 25 projected, so we can go over where, right now, we're a little over halfway through the year, so things can change, don't hold me to it, but where we think we're going to be landing for the current year. So we're projecting right now, ending on the expense side of the budget, with a surplus on the expense side of $293,567. So again, the adopted budget for the current year is $32,745,122. We're projecting slightly off that at $32,451,555. And on the next slide is the other half of this, the revenue side. So revenue, we're projecting to finish the year ahead of budget by $900,172. Combined between revenue and expense, we're anticipating right now a year-end surplus of $1,193,000. This is worth noting because, again, if you look at the last line on the budget, we're proposing for the upcoming fiscal year the use of fund balance of $1,550,000. So we will be, if this holds true, we will be putting back about just under $1.2 million and drawing down $1.5. So that you will start to see, if all holds true, the fund balance percentages come down a little bit, which we have some room there, so that's not concerning. But again, I think we should tamp down use and start to not have such a large reliance on the fund balance. Because again, there's two things that drive that percentage of operating revenues. One, on an annual basis, as our operating budget goes up, that will push down the percentage if that fund balance amount stays the same, because the operating budget continues to rise. And if we use more fund balance, that again will be a double impact of pushing that percentage down. So again, that'll roll into then the next slide on the fund balance. So as of the 2024 audited financials, our fund balance amount made up 18.46% of our operating revenues. But again, as it stands right now, that will be dipping because, again, our operating budget is going up, and again, the council will have some decisions at year end based on the surplus. It may not all go back into the fund balance. We may have to replenish some the compensated absences fund for payouts this year, or there may be a desire to move some of the funds to the debt service fund to help with the obligations down the line there. So we'll have some decisions to make on the fund balance and the year-end surplus as the time comes, but just a little projection on where we are currently and where we could be going with the fund balance. And that is going to roll us into the departments. First up would be the public libraries. Public libraries proposed for an increase of $25,955,000, or 1.72%, and they are holding steady with 13.2 FTEs.
Good evening. Just to give you a summary, we do have 12 full-time staff and 12 part-time staff, which is the equivalent of the 13.20 that you see there. Our increase is 1.72. Really not much different than last year. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? All right, thank you.
Next is the communications department. Communications is proposed for an increase of $33,464, or 9.81%. Their FTE count remains the same at 2.45 from the prior year.
Hello, we have the 2.5 or 2.45 employees in the fire one division. We are very, very busy this year. We just have a small increase. Most of it would be from contractual obligations.
All right, thank you, Lance. Any questions? Cool.
Next up is emergency medical services. They are proposed for an increase of $484,541, or 17.53%. And the FTEs for this department is proposed to increase from 23.5 to 25.5.
Good evening. As the town manager mentioned, the vast majority of our increase is due to two positions. And then when you get down into the line items, some of the increases in some of the line items are for new positions, equipment that we have to get, uniforms, education. So that's where I've been actually able to reduce in some line items quite a bit. We shifted with this new CBA, some of like the educational funding, I was able to reduce because we no longer needed that because of the CBA. So in certain places, I was able to reduce line items and then keep the same as the past couple of years.
I got one for you, Chief Stanley. I'm looking at the slide here. Even with the increase of 2 employees, it looks like the proposed amount of wages would be less than what is projected in the current year, of about $2.5 million. $250,000. Is that related to back pay being paid to certain employees, which would cause a higher amount of wages in the current fiscal year as opposed to a future fiscal year where there would be more employees?
So, a few contributing factors there. Yes, that is a factor in there right now, but also overtime is included in that. So that's the wages portion is wages, salaries, longevity, and overtime. And overtime has been an issue this year, so that's been a driving force. But also, there was a payout, and that payout is right now sitting in this in the EMS, and I got to get the funds transferred from. We have a side fund that employee. I forgot the name of it right now. Employee settlements is a side fund that we were going to be funding that from. That transfer hasn't happened yet. But actually, that transfer will be happening at year end as part of the year end transfers. So that is sitting there as well right now. So that's also a contributing factor.
Got it.
Yeah, that makes sense. So that money's parked there, so that kind of offsets that. That's not a true number, if you will.
All right. Thank you, Chief. Go ahead, Mike.
Chief, just before you go, can you give us a little bit of a description of how the increased manning is going to work this year, and then projecting out a little bit when we get to your facilities?
The extra personnel we'll assign to either on a float time during the week, and then we'll project out vacation time because we do our scheduling ahead of time. So we'll be when people are off, we'll backfill those positions in those so we can reduce the overtime.
And when the facilities are up and running, how many more positions are we going to need to have?
We need a total of 8. So let's say next year at this time the station opens. Between now and then, we'll have hired 8 personnel. We've already hired 2. We're hoping to hire 2 in July. Then as the year goes on, we hire some more. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Chief.
So I have a question.
Go ahead.
If you use it, is it right? So the presentation that we did at the last meeting that Brian is going to continue to the meeting, the next meeting we have, talked about all the different funds. And I know yours had $2 million, $2.1 million or something. I'm trying to find it really quickly in this packet. Do you recall your balance of that fund and how much do we take any from that and use it as part of your operating budget, not for salaries?
You're talking about the EMS revenue?
Yes.
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 I don't see that on this. I can't find it quickly. Do we?
So there is a transfer in. There is a revenue line within the general fund, EMS billing revenue. Normally, I think the last year or two, we've taken in approximately $1.2 million.
Correct. Yeah.
And in the current year's budget, we're doing a transfer from the EMS billing fund to the general fund of $1 million. We're proposing for $1.1 million next year.
Okay. I just, having been involved for a very long time, I'm very thankful that, and people may not know this, but a bunch of residents advocated in, I think, 2018, 2019, to increase the EMS. That's how we got the second location of our room and they weren't running out of their
We,
own.
we went to a 24-hour truck in,
That's it.
correct, in 2020.
And that's resulted in a lot of revenue being coming in.
Correct.
So that was, I just want to point that out to anyone on the council who might not have realized that the work of residents advocating for services actually, in the end run, created a revenue stream that we're able to use. So I just want to recognize that, because that was actually a petition, 25 signatures sort of sparked that. There was an interest to do that, and so that's how we ended up getting revenue. And now I think just wanted to put it out there for historical record, right?
Yeah, that is correct. When I took this list in 2017, I looked at the amount of revenue that was coming in. I didn't think that was adequate for the amount of calls we're running in the industry. So we bid out to a different company and was awarded that company, and they've done a great job. They're projecting $1.5 million for next year for revenue in the next fiscal year. And also with adding that truck, also with that reduced mutual aid into the town, which we lose that revenue. And again, to offset some of the cost here, by adding that truck next year in those positions, that will offset agencies having to come in to run our calls because we're running them, so we're not losing that revenue. So you'll see a balance or a shift with those funds.
So potentially we could as Jim said, we could reduce some overtime because we're going to have more staff. And we also could potentially either maintain the revenue stream or not have to rely on mutual aid, which is an expense to us.
Correct. Both of those equations will reduce the amount.
Okay. And then just one question. I think I had a conversation with Jim about this 2 weeks ago. We could do a different model where we only staff something 7 to 7, which is, what would that be? I'm not saying that I want that. I just want to
Chief Stanley and I have talked about contingencies. If someone's out for extended sick leave, if someone's on military leave, if we can recruit and hire enough people in a timely manner, we could. It's not optimal to do it, but we could run one 12-hour shift at a new facility until we can get more personnel. So this is one of those things where, if you look at the size of this town, it's over 57 square miles. It's the second largest landmass in the state for our communities. And we only have 2 operating EMS facilities right now. Wisely, the council, before I got here, voted to have a third to cover Perryville all the way down to West Kingston for now. And so, we need what we need to staff it. So to answer your question directly, in a contingency manner, we could staff it for 12 hours, although it's not optimal.
No, I agree. I don't want to do that, but we raise that point so that the public knows that we look at other options, not just we want positions because we want positions. We could save money, but then again, there would be a diminish of services. And I know that people on the south side of town, especially in the summer, really worry about access and getting the rescue there quickly.
Yeah, and regardless of where we are in a year from now, I'll have a vehicle in that station running calls.
Regardless of what?
Regardless of where we are a year from now, when we potentially open the station, we will have a vehicle in there responding to calls.
So even if construction isn't completed, we will have an EMS?
We will have the staffing to put up a vehicle to run peak hours. Our peak hours generally run from 10 in the morning to 10 at night. That's generally our peak time.
Okay. So that would be next June-ish?
No, February. We're looking at about a year from now of opening there. In the summertime, that peak time obviously changes later on in the evening, but.
Sounds great to me. Thank you.
Chief, I know I've brought this up a couple of times about the community paramedic program, and I just was curious if you had any more information about that for us.
Yeah, there's one bill that's pending right now which has to deal with raising Medicaid. The other bill that we're trying to get going of the community paramedicine is still with the legislatures, hasn't gone to legal yet, so we haven't got information yet for that. It's gone to legal or come out of that portion of it, but we're waiting on it. So I'm waiting on that information before I draft a resolution for you all to do that. So I want to have something very specific for that for you all for the resolution.
So just to sort of explain, at least my understanding of it is that it's something where if an individual goes into the hospital, and, you know, sort of comes out, in and out, which often occurs, with particularly vulnerable populations, then they would potentially qualify for this community paramedic program, by which you guys could go in and do like non-medical stuff, but, you know, check blood pressure, things like that. So hopefully to stabilize people in their home and the ability to age in place and not need additional services.
Correct, yeah, we're doing that now. Specifically, the patients that where the hospitals deal with patients with congestive heart failure, because deal with Medicare and Medicaid, if there's a readmission within 30 days, the hospital does not get paid. So it's not always just working for the hospital, but it's also for the patient care that we're keeping this patient at home. So we have several examples now of patients that I can look and see we have not transported this patient in a month and a half. So the system is working, but the key is for us to get obviously reimbursed for this. We got to sustain it. And in the long run, I think it's going to benefit the hospital, us, and more importantly, the patient. And that's our whole goal.
And especially in our area too, because we do have such a shortage of primary care, and you know there's a lot of uncertainty, and so I think hopefully this program will be really beneficial for everyone.
Yeah, I mean we're getting calls now from citizens that don't have a primary care, and you know they're calling us, and we still refer them. We get them help somehow. We're not primary care physicians. That's not our role. We're kind of the conduit for that. So, but we're seeing that.
Right.
Seeing an increase in that.
I certainly think you're going to continue to see an increase in this. So I'm glad that the legislators are working on this bill so that we can get compensated.
11,000 people turn 65 in the United States a day. So this is the future.
Definitely.
This isn't a question for now, but later I would be interested in just learning how you protect people's privacy and keep track of all that. You don't need to talk about it. It might be just a me conversation that I want to have, but I'm just curious because I know, you know, that is also a concern. You know, it's health information, so we're not going to talk about it now.
But just to assure you, we have strict policies for HIPAA in place that deal with that. So.
Right, I just meant like record keeping. I just wanted to I don't want to talk about it here, but just I'm not familiar with your EHR and how you use that, and so it can be a me time thing.
And just quickly, the community paramedicine, those records are kept within the Department of Health. We use their system.
Okay,
so only us and they have access to that.
Perfect.
Thank you, Chief.
Next is information technology on page 21. Information technology has still remained level for the headcount at 3 individuals, and there is a proposed increase for this department of $29,504, or 4.9%.
Good evening, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present our budget. I'd also like to thank my staff, Greg Fraginus and Nick Ladd, who we recently hired this past year, for all their hard work and dedication. Besides the salary and contractual obligations, the biggest budget drivers for IT fall under that services category, which primarily is software applications and hardware maintenance. Software in particular, our financial payroll HR system, along with our online permitting and business license, fall under the IT department and services. We pay that. That's close to a $10,000 increase right there. And hardware was initially purchased through the capital plan, but now falls under maintenance for operating. And that was approximately another $5,000 to $6,000 increase right there. If you have any other questions, I'm happy to entertain them.
Any questions for Laura?
So under services, I see that the adopted for 24-25 was 194, but projected is only 183. So you guys, that's 11,000 that you're projecting as a surplus. And so for next year, that 209, at 7.55%, is that from the adopted or the projected? Probably.
So that's coming from the adopted. The projected, as it stands right now, I do budget some money for outside consultants, and the hope is I don't have to use that we try to do as much as we can with internal staff, so we don't have to pay consultants. But I do keep around $7,000 to $9,000 in there in case I need to hire an outside expertise on something.
And so 183 is what you're projecting now. So if we were to add another 7 or 8,000, that would bring us up to like 190, 191. But the proposed is 209, so that's still $18,000 more. I just wonder, is sort of where that seems like a big increase.
So as I mentioned, there's about 15,000 that are increases for software and hardware. They tend to go up every year. Industry standard is anywhere from 8 to 10% on hardware as well as software. We're coming off of some multi-year contracts, so the prices are going up. I've spoken to the finance director about looking to do a multi-year contract for our financial payroll system in the coming year, but I don't know what that's going to be. As I said, I also like to keep between 7,000 and 9,000 for outside consulting services. Sometimes we have things that, unfortunately, we don't have that expertise in-house. I also, for the town's fiber ring that we have that connects all our town buildings, I keep about 5,000 in the event that the fiber goes down and I have to have it repaired. Luckily, knock on wood, I've only had to spend it once. So
it was really good to have it when you needed it. Right?
Well,
yeah.
I budget 5,000 for
right.
it, and that particular year, it brought our highway division down, and it was $4,995. So
good.
So unfortunately, we try and keep a little bit of wiggle room in there in the event that we have to have repairs or hire outside services.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I try and minimize it. So,
right.
Director Fox, thanks for coming tonight. So you're saying that you're buying software and hardware. Specifically, what are you buying? What are you purchasing?
Well, it's the maintenance of it. So we have our financial payroll HR system is Munis for permitting and online business applications. We use OpenGov. It's fairly statewide, and we have to pay maintenance on that. So it's ongoing maintenance. It's not new software that we're buying.
Gotcha. And do you find when you talk to other municipalities that we're using what other municipalities are using, or are we using a product that we may be getting a better deal from because a competitor is trying to get our business?
So for OpenGov, as I said, it's a statewide system. All of the building and zoning offices use that. We've also leveraged that to start to do business licenses that we've had for a number of years. We use it now for other permits within the police department, background checks. We're using it for requests for information. Rather than buying a separate system, we did it in-house.
and we're able to leverage the OpenGov system. We're going to be doing statewide, it's online zoning applications. That's something that actually Jamie Gorman and his staff, along with IT, were pretty instrumental in getting that push statewide ahead of the, I believe it's an October 25 deadline to have it online. And we're also going to be working with Jamie Rabbit's staff in the hopes of having online planning applications.
So it sounds like your office is working holistically with the rest of the staff and departments to try to get more information online, more readily accessible, and more access to the public. That's right?
I would say so. I mean, IT is a supporting department for other departments. We work with other departments. We hope to streamline some processes if we can, or readjust workflow if it's going to speed things along. I think Nicole could attest at how quickly now that business licenses go through, permits, things like that. So I think it's helped the community. So I'm glad to be part of that.
That's great to hear. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Town Assessor?
So she went home sick today, so we have two options. We can continue her portion of it for tomorrow night, or I can give you as much information as I can give you on short notice. So whatever your pleasure is.
We'll take whatever you can give us now, we'll take it.
So there are 4 FTEs in the assessor's office. We have an assessor who is Wendy Duarte, and she's a non-union personnel. And we have a deputy, Jen Clow, who is also non-union as an FTE. They both started as clerks there many years ago. And we have 2 clerks, that Erin and Liz, that are both there. Both come within the past year, and they're both doing a great job so far. So you'll notice that it goes up 4.62%. The driver is the services end, mostly. And talking to Brian, that is because some of the cost for the assessor software was transferred from IT to the assessor's office.
Okay. All right, any questions on that?
Why did the benefits go down 3.09%?
Again, as Jim mentioned, we had some new staff, and it was people going from, say, a family plan to either a buyback or a single plan, so the benefits went down.
All right. We can move on to planning.
Next up is planning. They are level with personnel at 5, and overall the department is proposed for an increase of $21,465 or 3.37%.
So if I could just take a moment to thank you for considering our budget this evening, and also thanking my staff, Jay Parker, Brian Wagner, Lynn Smith, and Carol Baker. Without those individuals, it would be difficult to accomplish what we have within our department and deal with the counter service that we do on a daily basis. So I'm available for questions.
All right, Jamie, here's a question. Sometimes we discuss, maybe the need for an additional FTE in planning. Obviously, you guys handle a big burden, as do all departments. Sometimes we express willingness for things to kind of move a little quicker, but sometimes it's just the nature of certain projects. It takes time to vet out. It takes time to move through the process in place. Do you think there's a need for an additional FTE?
I'll defer the majority of this to the town manager. We did have discussions this year about adding an additional staff person. We have the opportunity potentially through retirement to adjust our GIS position. And we also discussed adding a second person. We do over 150 night meetings a year. 3 staff members primarily attend those 150 meetings, and we staff a significant amount of boards and commissions. So the ability to have an additional person, kind of spread the workload, would help us on the administration side of applications. With that being said, we understand there's a reval this year. You have a school you're contemplating constructing shortly, and it potentially is not the best year to ask for that additional staff person. So I don't know if Mr. Manning has anything to add, but.
Thanks, Jamie. Appreciate it. Throw me under the bus. Thank you. If I had to pick one department that really that was the next one up, was planning, truly. Planning's one of those departments that they do a tremendous amount of work behind the scenes that you don't see. For example, we're looking at a new housing group coming in and building about 326 units. And although it hasn't been laid out yet, it's going to planning in March. They worked so hard in getting it here so fast to get to planning and zoning and everything else that the owners made a comment that we've never seen a town move so fast to get us to this point. And as a result, they had to postpone it a month because they couldn't give us the paperwork that we needed to get it. So that just shows them they work very hard, and there's a lot of stuff they do on nights, planning meetings, and so forth. But with that being said, I run the town lean, and that other FTE was at substantial cost. We recognized the new debt service that came in, and that was just a decision I made to, at this point, to postpone it and see where we are a year from now, and then maybe take it to that point later on.
All right. Just want to ask a few more questions on that topic, sort of flesh this out a little more. Obviously, there's a need at times to outsource certain work, some reliant on outside consultants. If you did have an additional FTE, would that reduce reliance on consultants? Would we need less of outside work if we had an additional employee, or would that not be the case?
I think over time, it would allow us to reduce the consulting side and the capital and our operational. I think in the near term, it wouldn't affect it that much. We're catching up on a number of initiatives. Again, it's spreading that workload and reducing the burden on delays so that we can be more responsive. Again, I'm not here asking for an additional person tonight. I want to make that clear. If you gave me one, great. But again, I understand. We've been in the queue for a while, and I respect the town manager's decision to look at this next year. The council, as well as the town manager, has supported our request for consulting services. You will see a reduction of $10,000 in our budget this year, 95 to 85. We were able to do that because you kept us full on the capital side. Having the ability to target the needs with consulting is important. Again, if we hired another planner, we'd be hiring another generalist who can do historic district, who can do economic development, who knows something about housing. So if one planner's out for 2 weeks, we don't go down. If we're out for a week, we don't go down. We want the department to be very interchangeable. So I wouldn't hire a specialist. I'd be looking at someone with a unique skill set on specific items, but it'd be a generalist. Having the consulting funds and the capital and operation allows us to be targeted. You've seen the expertise with people like Union Studios and Jeremy Lake and Don Powers, and then Jason King with formerly Dover and Colvin, now Able City East. Those are targeted experts that we need. Our next big tackle is regulatory updates. That's a targeted profession. We also can target a deliverable versus another staff person who can get sidetracked based on development workload.
All right. Any questions for Jamie here? Good.
Where in the budget? Is it the services line item that Able East and Union Studios comes under?
Professional consulting services, the $85,000, Mr. Mayor.
So that would be the services line item right there.
And capital. So we do have access to the capital.
So Mr. Rabbit raises an interesting point to consider, and this isn't the meeting for that, but this is the thought process and like us to think about is when they have boards and commission meetings. How many do you say you have? 150?
We do over 150.
That's 50%, every 50% of their evenings they're committed. So I think we as a council need to be mindful that they support this planning department and other staff members support the boards and commissions. And sometimes I feel like we might want to take a deep dive to see if we have the right number of boards and commissions, if they're doing the right things that we want, if it would be better to change them to sort of, I don't know if it's task force or ad hoc and more time limited so that we're not taxing the staff so much in the evenings. I know it's part of their job and everybody who signs up to be the planning director knows they're going to come to the planning board and the council, but like that seems like a lot. That's a lot of evenings for 3 people. I don't think we meet, well maybe we do meet 50 times a year, but it's a lot. So I wanted to maybe think about in the future maybe having Jim and the staff sort of look at that and maybe make some recommendations and to see over time where we might do less boards and commissions. I mean, I know the Route 1 is one that we talk about. I'd like to, that's one of my goals, just to have it finish up so it can be gone, right? But we need to try to, as a council, say like, that's a lot on the other end for the staff to sort of manage, and then we get frustrated because they don't all happen as quick, other projects don't happen because we burn the candle in the nighttime and the daytime. So it's just something for y'all to think about and maybe have a conversation with Jim about and get his recommendations. Maybe he would say none need to be changed. Maybe he says some could be changed. I don't know. But when they say it like that, it feels like a lot to me.
And again, as it was mentioned, we did sign up for this. As a planner, you realize you have these night meetings. It's part of your profession and lifestyle, and you know, have an understanding family also.
Right, but we have like sometimes I wonder if we could combine some of them together, maybe, you know, like sustainability, BPAC, I don't know. We'd have to look at them all and try to shrink some of them so that the staff isn't stretched 150 nights a year, right? And that's probably not overlapping, and that doesn't include Mark has a committee and someone else has a committee, and so Luke has 7,000 committees, so.
It would be a good thing to consider maybe adding to a future discussion.
I mean, it's something we can certainly discuss. It's absolutely a big overhaul, and it involves some legal questions that I think we need to sort of flesh out. But I think that we do have people in our community who like to serve, who serve for a long time, several years, and I hate to just sort of pull that from them because we want to try to consolidate it to make it easier for the staff.
Oh no, I didn't mean it like that.
Well, I'm just saying it's a big overhaul from what we're used to. So I mean, maybe it's worth a discussion. Certainly something for a subsequent meeting we can flesh out or talk to the managers, see what kind of ideas or recommendations are there. Something worth considering,
right.
But there are implications.
That's what I didn't say that overhaul. I think maybe just to give it back to Jim and maybe they can come up with some recommendations. Maybe there's small changes. Maybe it's frequency of meetings. Who knows? But I was just suggesting that we just put the football back and have Jim sort of look at it as a high level and then make recommendations. Maybe nothing would change, but we would be the first council in many years to even try to look at that. And I'm not saying I don't respect the work of the many, many volunteers. They're amazing. They're amazing. But it's like just taking a high-level zoom out.
Right.
Are we using our resources the way we want to? Give it to Jim, and have Jim say, no changes, do this, and then we say whatever we want. That's
so, right. I mean, I think there's validity in that. So, I do. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, we can think about it. Maybe talk about it at a subsequent meeting, in a work session, town manager report, something. Just sort of consideration of the current makeup and how to address certain potential changes in processes, makeup of boards, things going forward.
Way after the budget.
Way, sometime in
like when it's really hot, like summertime. I was thinking 5 or 6 months from now.
Well,
What?
If I
I'd
may,
rather go to the beach, but, I mean,
So you don't have to have a work, we can just, they can do the work, the timeline isn't
right.
to do it.
It's just,
Seems like a good topic for the town manager's report at a subsequent meeting following. Go ahead.
if I may round out this one so we can get back to Jamie. I love that our council, we've been filling in our boards and commissions so they can be fully occupied, and I think that's a good opportunity for us to see how they do with full staffing, right? So that's all I wanted to add to that topic. Jamie, I have no questions for you. Thank you.
All right, Jamie, thank you.
Next on page 24 is Geographic Information Systems. This is another division of planning. Overall, this department is proposed for an increase of $17,560 or 11.25%.
So again, just quickly, you'll see that under this subject heading, there's no FTE. The FTE is actually covered under the planning department. GIS has traditionally had a separate budget, although from an operational standpoint, the GIS administrator works for the planning director, and our department works under the town manager general government segment. The only primary increase here is we did increase a little bit of our consulting fees, realizing we may be facing a retirement within our department and may necessitate the need to source out some of our GIS work in a transitional period.
All right, thank you, Jamie.
Just curious, like, is there any value in keeping it as a separate line item in the department, or is it just a holdover by tradition?
I think we've done it that way. It isn't any easier to combine it or any harder to keep it separate. So, if it's not broken, I don't think we need to fix it.
It's just old way.
We'll probably combine it next year, just it's a little confusing if you look at it.
I mean, I'm just saying,
Yeah, well,
there's no reason to hold it separate if.
right.
It'll make it look like my budget's going way up next year.
No, sorry, Jamie, sorry.
Is there any requirement, Brian, with respect to uniform schedule accounts or GFOA requirements?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right, thank you, Jamie.
Next on page 25 is Building and Zoning. Building and Zoning is level for personnel at 5.5, and overall the department is going up a proposed $61,851 or 10.72%.
Whoever phone that is, we just ask you to silence it. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Good evening. So, as Brian said, 5.5 full-time employees, so that equates to 5 full-time employees and 2 part-time inspectors. Subtotal wages and benefits went up 7.08%. What you'll see also is that in services there's a spike, and that's due to funding $25,000 for the housing remediation fund, or rather account, because since the creation of the municipal housing court, notice that when it comes time for a board up or property remediation, sourcing out how that's going to be funded. So that'll essentially be 2 board ups of condemned properties or remediation of a single family dwelling, but it does depend. But that way the funding is there, and typically what we do is lien the property, as you know, to eventually recoup that money. And also I just want to say I'd be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to building department staff. I work with a great team every day, customer service, they go the extra mile. I'm just lucky to be working with them, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
All right, thank you, Jamie. I got one for you here. Was there a termination and then a hire in the current fiscal year, which caused the projected to be less than the adopted, but the amount of FTE stay the same?
So I believe that's due to, I mean, we've been turning over one position frequently over the last couple of years, and I believe we've been short about 6 months, you know, with the exception maybe 5 months of the assistant building inspector, and I believe that's the reason for it.
Got it. All right, any questions for Jamie?
The 20% or almost 20% increase on the benefits, where that comes from?
So that is again, we have when the budget was done, we still had a vacancy, so we budgeted for a family plan for medical and dental, which previously the position did not have that.
Can you just explain the $25,000 you're setting aside for the 2 board-ups?
So really, basing this number off of over the past year, what we used, so we did 2 board-ups of single-family dwelling. That was roughly $10,000. And then probably about a month ago, I believe you might recall, there was a property remediation of a home that was just over $10,000. So coming in at around $20,000, we tried to pump it up a little bit to $25,000 because of the amount of cases that are going before the court, averaging maybe 24 close to 40 cases. So that's the reason.
And we'll get reimbursed for those, Jamie?
Eventually. Yeah.
And how does that process work, the reimbursement?
Rory.
Go ahead if you want to finish.
I was actually going to follow up with the same, we're on the same brain wavelength that. So I just was, so the part that you said that you file a lien when you put the board up, and so then how long does it take to recoup?
I mean, essentially it would be once the property was sold, so it could be, I mean, it could be 20 years.
Okay, because I was trying to figure out, like, is it like a replenishing? No, not really.
Unfortunately, no.
So you feel like you're going to have to always budget about $20,000 to $25,000 for these board ups, and then.
Yeah, by having the account, it helps, you know, me from running to Brian trying to find money every time there's a need, and sometimes the need's immediate. But we'd like to start if maybe we could lower that to 20,000, but if you feel comfortable with 25, and, you know, based on this past year.
I think if you think that's a reasonable amount, it makes sense, but I just was curious. My question was, how quickly would you ever recoup that? So next year, so basically, you're going to go up 25,000 and then stay at that level.
Yeah, and there's not to say there wouldn't be a property that wouldn't need like $100,000 remediation, where, you know, that's unlikely, but it's possible. So, but there's no guarantee on when you get the return on that. But the liens, and it's recorded, so eventually the town will be reimbursed.
Made whole. So when you say remediation, what do you mean by that? I understand board up because it makes sense, but.
So say a property owner fails to, you know, clean the property, and the court's ordered the property to be cleaned, like junk cars, debris. That would be the case to have a contractor come in and remove it. So essentially, you know, it's a clean and lien is what is the term, but, you know, just property maintenance violations, typically.
Okay. And so if you needed $100,000, you would go to Brian, and Brian would pull it from somewhere?
That would be the attempt. Now, in his office, like we heard, he's had a vacancy, so we can supplement from the vacancy he had or the savings there. But sometimes he may not have that, and I may have to pull from a vacancy from another department. But yes.
Okay. I hope you don't have a $100,000 remediation.
I hope so too. I mean, with the court, the judge, and we try and do everything that we can to help the property owners get, you know, to the point where they need to be to, you know, comply, but sometimes it's just unfeasible.
Okay. Makes sense. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Let me ask you this, Jamie. Is this something that's just like state laws allowed us to do recently, which is why we're seeing an uptick now in your budget related to that? Expect to see that amount every year thereafter? Because we didn't have it in last year's or the year before.
Well, I think because we had last year was really the ramp up of the municipal housing court, and that, aside from, going to Superior Court in the past, I think we've had a lot more cases before the local court, and a few of that are just not complying, and so it leaves us no choice but to step in and do the board ups and emergency repairs.
So it's like we're more inclined to do it now, and it can be done more efficiently because we have the housing court, whereas before we had to go to the Superior Court.
That's correct.
Okay.
I look at that number as a success, and that means the housing court's working. Before it would take us years to get to a point where we'd have remediation of moving vehicles, junk vehicles, campers, boats, all that stuff. Now we're moving at pretty much lightning speed. Comes to the court, decisions made by the judge, and we're moving forward. The residents that live in these neighborhoods that have had these blight properties are very happy with the speed it's going. The billing official and I have had this conversation. I think it's very prudent to put this money aside to keep this moving forward. We'll get the money back at some point. 20 years, I don't know, maybe 2-3 years, whenever the property sells, we'll get it back.
All right. Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you.
For the public, just one month public announcement. When does the municipal court meet for the housing concerns?
I believe it's the second Tuesday every month.
The housing court meets the third Tuesday of every month at 5:30 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole.
Is that streamed? No. Will it ever be streamed? Okay.
No Judge Caprio's here.
Thank you.
Next on page 26 is the Facilities Department. Facilities is going from 12.23 FTEs to 11 FTEs, and their department budget is proposed for an increase of $342,846, or 30.87%. I wanted to walk through a few of the changes before I turn it over to you, Mark.
Okay.
So there are some changes happening in the Facilities Department that are driving this increase. So all general fund utilities are now going to be housed in the Facility Department. So this is fuel, oil, electricity, natural gas, wastewater fees, water fees, and propane have moved from the individual departments like DPS, police, recreation, et cetera, to facilities. That is a driving force on this increase. Overall, moving the utilities to facilities resulted in an increase of $322,000 of the increase in his department of $342,000. So it makes up 320 of the 340 increase of this department. So I just wanted to put a little light onto that before.
Can you just go through your list of utilities? I only got fuel and propane.
Sure. So fuel, oil, electricity, natural gas, wastewater fees, water fees, and propane.
Wait, Mark, before you go, I want to check a question for you, Brian. Why is it that you would make a change like that to sort of consolidate it into one account under facilities as opposed to sort of spread out in each department?
Mark oversees the utilities, and it creates a problem, or this will create efficiencies having Mark oversee these because he is in charge of these expenses on a monthly basis, and being housed in other departments, he's not able to approve them or see them. So this is just will streamline operations for Mark. And
so this puts it all right in front of you.
It puts it right in front of me, but it also takes it off the back of the other directors so that at budget time, they don't have to run around and get all of those figures for their budgets. It's all right here. And Munis has allowed us to have a project code for every single building. You'll see it when you get into the budget, all the lines in the facility side list out all of those changes as Brian has put them out there.
Okay.
So maybe this is a silly question, but so when we pre-purchase the heating oil or the gasoline or whatever, that's all going to come through you, like for the police cruisers and all that stuff?
It's not gasoline, it's just the fuel oil for heating fuel.
Okay.
Natural gas, electricity. I work with Julia Mason, and we procure those per CCF or per therm for natural gas.
kilowatts. Right now, we're at 10 cents, which is a pretty good rate for electricity. So we're constantly, and we use the master price agreement for propane and things like that. So we're constantly shopping for the cheapest prices that we can find.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. So as far as the FTEs go, we're down 1.23, and that is 2 part-time people that we had who worked at the recreation center. So they left town service. We just could not fill those positions because one of them works nights on Saturdays and Sundays and on Monday nights. We found it extremely difficult to fill those. So the position that the town manager was talking about, the hybrid position with the parks, that position works Sunday through Thursday, and we have another position that works Tuesday through Saturday. So that covers us on the weekends at the recreation center. And with the bump in pay, the building maintenance technicians got, they went from a grade 3 to a grade 5 with a new contract. We've received a lot of applications for the 3 openings that we have right now. We've offered one job. I'm just waiting for them to return the background check information. But we still have 2 openings that we're advertising for right now. So with that being said, I've got 7 guys who are working extremely hard on all 18 buildings, and we're just, keeping our heads above water. It is, they're really pulling together. So I'd like to thank them publicly in front of council.
Excellent.
Thank you. I will.
All right, any questions for Mark? All right, thank you, Mark.
You're welcome.
Next on page 27 is the Recreation Department admin. Recreation admin is level at personnel at 8.94, and overall the department is proposed for an increase of $34,000 or 10.78%.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing our budget presentation this evening. I'd just like to also acknowledge my staff who are here, the management team of the Parks and Recreation Department who have put many hours into this budget. We make an attempt to drill down to the very granular level in terms of programming and costs so that we can provide the best budget we can for the council's consideration. We have 7 cost centers within the Parks and Recreation General Fund budget. The Recreation Department admin cost center is primarily for the staff, the admin staff, recreation division staff who work within the guild facility. This budget this year shows a 10.78% increase, primarily due to personnel and benefits. We did have a little bit of an increase in the services line. That's reflective of our software maintenance contracts. We did award a new contract with Civic Rec for our recreation data management program. And we also have an increase in the capital outlay. That's partially due to our non-major technology reserve fund going up as advised by the IT department.
All right, thank you, Terry. We can kind of just keep moving.
Sure.
We know we've got a couple here.
Happy to.
Park maintenance is being proposed for 1 additional FTE going from 9 to 10. And overall, this department is showing a decrease of $107,000 or a reduction of 7.89% against the current fiscal year.
And to point out the reason for the decrease in this particular cost center, 2 reasons. One, utilities have been pulled out, as Mark Russo just explained to the council. So we normally would budget electricity, water, wastewater for the parks, and now that lies within the facilities budget. That is one of the major drivers. Another is while we are up on our full-time employee wages, we have gone down by $72,000 on our seasonal wages. I just want to point out that we did request 2 full-time positions. We're grateful to have one being considered by the council. We found it extremely challenging last year to fill seasonal positions. As a matter of fact, we virtually didn't fill any seasonal positions because we couldn't get anybody on board. So we're at probably a net deficit, if I'm being honest, in terms of the number of hours that are needed to manage all of the park facilities, all of the public grounds. We hope to try to fix that if we can't get seasonal staff. We have 3 seasonal staff budgeted. We're also going to try to do some part-time employment opportunities obviously within the budget we have to be able to get our staff to a level where we will be able to effectively manage all of the parks, all of the public grounds, all of the public building grounds, and cemeteries, I believe. So that's also included in this. Any questions?
So what sort of staff are you looking for? What kind of seasonal staff? Are they rangers? Are they?
They're laborers. They're park laborers, so they assist in maintenance and care of all of the town parks, as well as the beach, the bike path, town building grounds, common areas like islands. For instance, in front of the Peacedale office building, there's a small island there where daffodils come up every year. So there's a number of different roles: cleaning restrooms, picking up trash. That's the type of thing. Replacing mutt mitts in the mutt mitt dispensers that are all over town. So those are the types of assistance that's needed in the high season, which starts pretty much in April and runs through October.
Terry, one more question. Is this the area where you have lifeguards, or is?
No, that's the aquatics budget, so we'll get to that.
We'll get to that, okay.
Yep.
I'll hold my question. Thanks.
Any other questions on parks?
Just curious. I'm just puzzling out the hiring of a seasonal laborer. Is it because it's just hard to get somebody because the rate and the people can earn money other places, or
last year, recognizing that we were having this trouble, we bumped the hourly wage up to $24 an hour to compete with our neighboring communities.
Yeah.
It was towards the latter end of the summer season into the fall, and by that time, we still didn't gain any traction. I think maybe we hired 1, 2, and then we lost full-timers, and those folks took the opportunity to become full-time staff.
Mm-hmm. So are you hiring any seasonal people for the summer?
Yes, we have seasonal jobs posted now.
Okay.
On the website. We're hoping that we can attract some good workers, and we've made it a little more flexible where we are offering part-time versus 40-hour a week for seasonal employment.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Next.
Next on page 29 is the athletics program. Athletics doesn't have any full-time personnel. Overall, this department is seeing a proposed decrease of $11,973, or 5.47%.
So the athletic program within the Parks and Recreation General Fund budget is most of our outdoor athletic activities, our softball leagues, our tennis, our pickleball. That's what this function is. What we see here as a decrease is simply an adjustment to our professional services line, which is our line for instance, our softball officials and independent contractors that might teach lessons like tennis or pickleball. And we've seen an adjustment in terms of the demand for certain activities. And so as we look back, we try to set our budget that's reasonable based on our past history. So that's what's reflecting here in this budget is a drop.
Is there less of a demand for pickleball instruction, or where do you see less of a demand for instruction? Tennis?
Well, that's a very good question. I was trying not to bring up pickleball. However,
there's never a day that you
we all play pickleball. Actually, what's happened with pickleball is that we now have private clubs that are relatively local, so they've taken some of the pressure off of the demand for the outdoor courts. We previously actually contracted with the local pickleball club to do outdoor leagues, but now they've kind of gotten so busy that they don't do that. So we've actually plateaued a little bit. And surrounding communities have their own pickleball facilities too. So we were a little bit ahead of the curve on that, and that caused the bubble, and now we're kind of plateaued.
Just wondering when pickleball will wane, because a few years ago everyone was golfing, and now everyone is pickleballing, so we'll see what's next, I guess, right?
We try to keep an eye on the trends. Plan accordingly.
Thanks.
Barry, I can't wait to be outside playing pickup basketball again.
Yeah, well, we have plenty of courts. We have a nice new one at Saugatucket Park. That was just redone last year. If there's no questions,
Next on page 30 is aquatics program. Aquatics is proposed for a decrease of $11,803, or 3.61%.
so here is the aquatics program, and what this represents is our operation of the town beach through the summer season. It also includes our summer camps that operate at the town beach, skimboard and surf camp that run down in Matunic. And what you see overall here is a decrease in professional services. We've made adjustments based on the level of activity that we had in those camps last year, and have taken that down a bit to reflect the activity level. We compete with other coastal communities on those types of camps that are popular at the beach. In terms of personnel, our personnel is all seasonal. Life safety personnel, lifeguards, we have town beach manager, we have security, and we have maintenance staff, in addition to our Parks Division staff that does the heavy lift of mowing and beach grooming. Questions?
How many lifeguards are you trying to hire this year?
We generally have in the area of 15 guards, and that's Lenka, our rec superintendent, so 15 guards. We are fortunate that we have some guards that are returning, but we're always accepting applications.
Excellent. Well, I love lifeguarding at East Matunic State Beach and Westerly Town Beach, and what I found from a lot of lifeguards was that at the end of the summer, they're looking for something to do. So, and a lot of times we'll come back and work multiple summers, which is really great to have that professional first rescue knowledge of the beaches, where the riptides are at the certain beaches. And I know that DEM this year, which I don't think we can do, is offering $500 for.
We have an incentive program, a retention program. Yes, we implemented it last year after I conveyed to the council that 2 years ago we had an issue with closing the beach early because we didn't have enough life safety personnel. So we did implement a retention program with bonuses benchmarked throughout the summer, depending on how often a guard works and when they work weekends, and if they make it to Labor Day, they get an additional bonus. So we do have that in place. We are competitive with our hourly wages now, and we're...
What are we starting at hourly?
20 to 24. Whew. So
I started at $7.50.
Yeah.
I'd say
supply and demand.
Yeah. Well, anything we can do to help try to make sure that you have enough lifeguards sign up this summer, I would love to help. And my suggestion is to keep these lifeguards maybe coming back next year is in the fall when it starts getting cold, you're going to put pants on. See what their plans are for this staff, and maybe there are positions in our recreation that we're looking to hire. And sometimes just being told, hey, there may be a future for you not in the summer here, can really open the eyes of a lot of young staffers. And also, when I got started, some of my colleagues were teachers in their 50s and 60s, right? So the old-timers are still, really great professionals. So I'm looking forward to a great staff from South Kingstown.
Imagine the old-timers. Thank
I do, absolutely.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Mike.
we really appreciate that, thanks.
Mike, Mayor, and I are gonna be lifeguards, thank you.
Love it.
Not me though, Jay, right?
Mr. President.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you mind? Before you step away from the lifeguarding thing, do you offer like a trainings? I'm thinking like, do you offer like I know URI has the guard course all the time, but I was wondering if like over winter break, we would, train for free to work at the, take the class, blah, 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 in January and then come on board in May and sort of like cultivate our own and offer that as a way to start recruiting in January. I don't know. I'm sure you thought of all these great things.
No, it's a good point. We do try to partner with URI, and we need pools, right? We need people to be able to train and certify. We have reached out to the high school swim team to try to cultivate relationships there so that we can spur on interest in some of the younger students, but we try to keep a balance of newbies and senior staff so that it works. But yes,
I was just wondering, if they took the course at URI, they could get reimbursed if they got hired by you, so then it would be like another way to like bring them to you so that we weren't always scrambling. Like we would start in January, you would know I have 5 students in that class.
Yep.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, those are great ideas, and if you'd like, Lenka, can you speak to that, or have we not? We haven't explored with URI. That must have been in Kathy's time when she was still here. But many communities are in this same training boat, all trying to get staff trained up and certified.
I think it's a great idea, Councilwoman Berger, because a lot of times it's just one person that's American Red Cross certified, getting 20 people at the local YMCA certified on 5 Saturdays in a row, right? And that might be a good opportunity, Director Murphy, to maybe get some money back in the pockets of those lifeguards birdwells. So
we'll look into that.
Go ahead, Mike.
Terry, how do you assess that incentive program in terms of keeping the beaches fully staffed at the end of the summer when the kids are starting to go back to college?
Well, there's a trigger. We hire them all on, and then we have an incentive. They get an increase of a certain amount per hour. That doesn't happen unless they work so many hours into July. We have a benchmark in July, then we have a benchmark in August, and then we have a final benchmark in Labor Day, by Labor Day. So if they want the full incentive, they have to stick around. Some don't because they're in college and they have to leave. But
has it impacted us in terms of being able to staff, is what I'm asking. Is it working?
It is working. It's working. We still have staff that does have to leave no matter what because they're college age, but we were very fortunate last summer. We had enough staff to roll right through Labor Day, and we kept the full length of the beach open most of those days. There might have been a couple of days where we had to shrink the beach with guards, but very few. So we're hopeful that we are in a good position this year to do the same thing with the number we have coming back. Welcome.
Next on page 31 is leisure services. Leisure services overall is proposed for a decrease of $7,636 or 4.62%.
So the Leisure Services Program covers community events like the 4th of July, the Easter egg hunts, our Discovery Camp program, which is the town-staffed, formerly known as like the playground program for the summer. That's what this budget covers. The decreases are reflected in what do we have here? Relocation of our Discovery Camp. 3 weeks of our Discovery Camp program has been relocated to the Guild budget because 3 weeks worth of that program will take place at the Guild and the Village Green. So we want to allocate it in the appropriate fund, which is the Guild budget, and you'll see that when I present the Guild budget. And then We also had some utilities removed from this budget as well, and they're in the facilities budget. That would be for the Nature Center, which is the Tri-Pond Nature Center out on Asa Pond Road. Those operational costs. Any questions?
Sorry. Is it okay? Thank you. So last year, during the budget process, we talked about Wakefield Civic Band and compensating them. We ended up giving them an outside human service grant, but I felt like we talked about if you're going to use them for a program, much like you would hire whoever to play in the Village Green to incorporate that stipend. Is that in this budget? Is it here?
No, it's not in this budget. The Wakefield Concert Band isn't in a budget per se because we provide the park. Like for instance, historically they've done their concerts at Marina Park.
Mm-hmm.
When they do their concerts, they're a standalone nonprofit. They take up collections, donations at their concerts.
Mm-hmm.
And then I know that they identify charitable organizations like the hospital, I'm not sure where else, to make donations to those organizations. So we have, Parks and Recreation has mostly been a site locator for the band, the concerts. So Marina Park, we set them up in terms of reserving the park. They set themselves up, they play, they collect money, and either put it towards whatever their operating costs are or a charitable organization. So that's the...
I guess I didn't know that they collected money.
They do, yeah.
So, so our 6 concert series that we were talking about doing, if the Wakefield Concert Band was a part of that, would we be able to pay them from that? I think it was a $7,000 budget.
If the council wants to authorize payment to the Wakefield Concert Band, in lieu of, I would say, that would be something where we'd say, well, you can't collect donations if we're compensating you for your performance.
Well, I was just thinking about if they wanted to go on the beach.
They are planned for the town beach. They are doing a concert on the town beach this summer.
And
yes.
And they're going to collect donations? No?
Or are we going to pay them? Or can they do both?
We would not be charging. We are not charging anything for the concerts at the town beach.
And I don't think they don't charge or collect for themselves when they do the concerts at Marina Park.
It's generally for the hospital.
What you're saying is it's a charitable contribution that they designate, I think. But they're also going to be here tomorrow. We can ask them again.
Right, but I feel like if they're the headliner at the beach event, I feel like we talked about last year's budget cycle, not having them be an outside grant service organization. They were actually, we actually had extra money, and that was the last little bit. And then we talked about, I'd have to go back and watch the video of like how we were going to switch that into the budget and have it part of your budget and not part of the grants.
I remember that too, talking about that. I mean, it's just basically...
Because we don't want to, the grants are sticky enough as it is.
Exactly. I think you and I are both thinking about that tomorrow night.
Mm-hmm.
I want to jump in on this discussion here. So I think, to me, formality-wise, from an accounting perspective, I think it seems odd to just sort of fit a line item in to give an appropriation of money to the Wakefield Band there. I think if we were, really willing to dedicate an allocation to them, we would find it in the outside human service agency appropriation. And if we find that the amount that we already have appropriated in the town manager's proposed budget is not enough to fund what we want for them, then we can always increase that amount. And then we would decide what fund that increase would come from, likely the general fund.
So
I don't see it as really being proper to just sort of fit an amount to be paid to the Wakefield Band in this segment of the recreation department's budget. That seems odd to me.
So maybe you misunderstood a little bit. So you hire people for the Village Green concert series for the kids, and they get paid, right?
That's correct.
I've been to those.
Yes.
So it was confusing to me, and I can't think of his name, but anyway, there was a famous guy that I see all the time where the kids shows. And anyway, or there's music series. I don't remember now, 20 years ago. So I'm not suggesting a separate line item. She has an entertainment line item for the swing band or the polka band or the kids singer, and isn't that where this should go?
Let me try to clarify.
Yeah.
So you're saying that we have this line item for entertainment. Those monies are used to pay some of these bands that pay at some of these concerts that the town hosts on the town parks. We're asking that a piece of those amounts be dedicated to the Wakefield Band every year. Is that what you're saying?
No, but if they're entertainment, right, that were hired, right,
Yeah.
it goes into that, comes out of that line item.
Yes, but sort of Terry Murphy, as director of Parks and Rec, has some discretion as to who to hire or not for specific concerts that happen at town parks on certain dates. Sounds like we're saying we need to make sure some of those amounts are to the Wakefield Band. That's what it sounds like we're talking about here. No?
I don't think so.
Because we know Wakefield Band is coming to us for a request tomorrow night for allotment of monies. You were saying that instead of having them request monies from the HSOA grants that we give, let's just have it come from here. That means that we're making a decision to dedicate a portion of the entertainment line item within this budget to be paid to Wakefield Band. Which means we're sort of saying a piece of that needs to be designated to be paid toward Wakefield Band. That's how I see what you're saying.
That's not exactly what I'm saying, because I thought Patty and I
And that's why
on the same page about it.
I'm okay with that, but it seems odd to me that we're going to try to fix a piece of a line item within a budget to be paid toward a certain group every year.
May I clarify? Historically speaking, the Wakefield Concert Band has always donated their time. They're volunteer musicians. We have them at the tree lighting, then we have them at Marina Park or other parks within town. They've never requested to be compensated for their performances. Their motto, as is my understanding, is that they are doing this with the opportunity to collect donations to give to a charitable organization. They do the high school concert in December. That's their biggest fundraiser, I think, for the hospital. If the council would like to pay the band or make a donation to the band, that's entirely up to the council's discretion. They're going to play, and I don't take them for granted. They're wonderful. They're all community members or close by, and they do a phenomenal job. They're a great asset to the town. But I think that's a council decision as to how you want to.
Mr. President, I think we may want to ask Director Murphy to reach out to the Wakefield Concert Band, right? Because as far as I know, the concert series was referred back to the Recreation Committee, right? And has it been moved out of the Recreation Committee?
Yes, concerts have been booked. The Wakefield Concert Band is one of them because they were booked anyway from last summer. So they're scheduled for a beach concert in addition to their concerts at Marina Park through the summer of 2025.
So it may be prudent for Director Murphy to reach out to the Wakefield Civic Band and say, the council is dedicated to making sure artists and musicians get paid for their work. Do you want are you interested in receiving monetary payment for your work on the beach, or is that really not what your nonprofit ethos has, or do you have a suggestion for monetary donations from the town?
I think maybe we're complicating things a lot by, they have an 80-year tradition of doing it one way. I know, what Deb and I are thinking is, I know what we're thinking is we can just pay them from this budget so that we don't have to take money from other people, other agencies tomorrow night, but I think it might actually end up messing everything up if we do it like that. So I don't know if that's such a great idea.
And we could certainly flesh this out with them tomorrow night when they're here, talk about their budget, their operating budget, what they need the money for, gain a further understanding then. I think we could, sort of have better information then, and then think about how we want to fund it. All right. Thank you, Terry.
You're welcome.
Next up on page 32 is Creative Activities Program. Overall, this department is proposed for a decrease of just under $6,000 or 6.68%.
The Creative Activities Program is better known as the Stepping Stone School Preschool Program that we run for 3 and 4-year-olds. We are down just a little bit, and again, that's reflective of the utilities being pulled out of this budget. Otherwise, it's standard as is, unless you have any questions.
So the personnel, there's no personnel, I mean, there should be, or teachers there.
Yeah, yes, there are personnel. There's 2 teachers and a teacher's aide, and that's what the wages and benefits reflect.
All right, so most of them have a 2.5, so your 2.5 is missing. I guess it's missing a bunch of them.
2.5. But they work a school year, so, but yes.
So it's really not 2.5, but it's like,
Correct.
I can see why that aquatics doesn't have it. Yeah, maybe just got missed.
They're not full-time, I don't believe.
They're not really full-time because they work from September to May, or September to June, so I guess.
There's 500 teachers that work in South Kingston that work the same thing.
Point taken.
I'm not to be contrarian, but I just noticed it.
Director Murphy, are you finding that we're having more people enroll in pre-K, more 3 and 4-year-olds?
Actually, no, we're kind of level. The Stepping Stone program is a bit of a throwback in that it's half-day programming, and we found that many parents work full-time and need more of a full-day program. But we do have a consistent demand. We can only hold up to, I think it's 22, 25 children in the small building, but we're kind of we're stable, let's put it that way.
I'm a proud graduate of Stepping Stone, so is there any talk about moving to an all-day model, or is we're kind of status quo?
We are status quo for mainly one reason, which is we are licensed by, who are we licensed by, Lenka? I'm sorry? Oh, DCYF and not RIDE, because of the building itself and the code in the building and a couple of other things. We are able to be licensed by DCYF more as a child care model and not an education model to the RIDE program. So we'd have to make many changes to that building, that old building, to get it to a point of
expensive changes.
Yeah, that would be, not to say we can't. Depends on what the demand overall for preschool is in town and whether or not there are enough private facilities that can handle the demand already.
I just heard from a lot of families, young families, about the cost of pre-K, and I think Stepping Stone is a great place for South Kingstown residents. And shout out to Mrs. Records, rest in peace. So.
All right. Thank you, Terry.
Next on page 33 is the Natural Resources Officer. This position, this department division is level on FTEs at 1, and the department overall is showing a proposed increase of just under 4,300.
This budget reflects the increases in the personnel and benefits line and then also just a small increase in the maintenance of equipment line for some of the harbor master equipment, the boat, the motors, those types of things that need maintenance.
Good.
So the wages aren't, are they shared with another?
Yeah, yes. Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
The natural resource officer position is shared with the police department and the public services department. So while it says 1 FTE, it's really more like a 0.4 or 0.33 FTE.
Some of the funding comes from you and some comes from
Correct.
the police department?
Correct.
Because that's not mine, like the salary, I'm like, I don't think that's.
That's correct, yes. So
Yep.
you'll see the other portions of that in those other departmental budgets.
Thank you.
A very small portion of the wages also come from the planning department as well.
From the planning department? Okay.
Brian, I got a question for you on this, sort of a presentation type question. Why present it so that it appears there's one full FTE, which there is, but only a portion of the salary and benefits are reflected here? Why allocate it amongst different departments? Why not just put it all here?
I can speak to why you're seeing the one here first. The largest piece of the wages are in this department. So this is the largest percentage of the allocation. In terms of why, okay, that was done before me, so.
So the harbor master natural resource officer position crosses over these departments. Mike works with the police department, public safety department, with regard to, he enforces the waterway ordinances on the water. He also works with the public services department in terms of environmental things like the soil and erosion control permits and NOVs, issuing NOVs and things like that. So there's quite a kind of an array of responsibilities that fall under this position, and that's why it's kind of split among the four departments.
4 departments?
A little bit to planning.
Planning.
So I guess from a presentation perspective, I mean, we see it like this. We have to ask the question, then we gain understanding. You guys already know it. From a decision-making perspective internally, does it like allow you to make better decisions based on the information being segregated amongst the different departments versus just all in one? I know that he does services that are sort of within each department, but I'm just kind of trying to get a better understanding from you as to why do that versus not.
One, that's how the funding has been. So it's, in my eyes, since I've gotten here, this is how the allocation has been, and we've continued that trend. But it does spread the expense in based on the use and demand from those departments to where the services are being done. So there is work. You'll see this later when we get to police. They have harbor, I forget the name of the harbor patrol or something.
That's Mike. That's Mike.
So he does do services for each of these units, and that's why we are spreading it, and you'll see it as such.
So I guess it really does give better internal, like more accurate information by department as opposed to just having it all in one, because he works within so many departments.
It's similar to many of the staff in the Parks and Recreation Department are split among different funds. For instance, the staff that is in this admin budget, most of the staff that's in that budget is paid 50% out of the general fund, but 50% out of the neighborhood guild, because they also have duties and responsibilities that are specific to the neighborhood guild. We have our athletic supervisor who also, she works out of the rec center. Half of her salary is allocated to the rec center operations because those are the programs that she's responsible for in the winter, and half of her salary is out of the general fund for the programs that are outdoors in our parks. So we split it up so that they're allocated properly for the job functions they're doing.
Makes sense.
So are you the supervisor for the natural resource officer, or is it a different department? Because he's shared.
Mike is my direct report, but he's dotted line to every other department.
That was my question.
Yes.
Thank you. So I just feel like sometimes when you're in that situation, you're kind of, I guess I didn't realize it's 4 different departments. I kind of knew it was 2, but I didn't know how that all worked out. And, you know, obviously, I mean, this was a position that was recently created, maybe out of 2020 from ARPA money going forward. It's needed and necessary. I'm just curious if you would set it up that way, or there's a different way to do it, because I think, you know, like Rory says, it's presented one way, and then we have, you know it that way, and we have to ask. So, is there a better way to do it, or is this the best way to do it?
This is the best way to do it. It's accurate.
Okay.
And it does fall under Terry, and that decision was made even before I got here. And I think it belongs there when you look at the main function of the
I think Terry's explanation makes sense, that essentially the FTE follows the funding. But on the paper, at least what we've got right now, the 1.0 for that position overstates it. I think you said it's more like 0.4. So it seems to me each department that Mike reports to should have a percentage of a 1 FTE, and then it'll be a little bit clearer.
We can work on that, absolutely.
Or just a different, or just a list of cost-shared positions. I don't know.
Well, just to clarify, there's many positions in the town that are like that. Mine's like that.
I was going to say.
So there's, you know, we put the FTE where it belongs with, you know, with who has the greatest percentage of use, and then like mine, I'm spread out all over the place. Right? So, yeah, so it's.
I had the same thought about Mark Russo. He helps every other building, but you know, he's his own. It's another example. It's like Jim and everywhere. Okay, thank you.
Perhaps the council can take a tour on the boat this summer, maybe get a tour of the town waters. We can discuss that at a later date, though.
I think you need to stick with the baby, and we'll take care of the rest.
All right.
Next on page 34, actually, beginning on 34 and page 35 is the Peasdale office building. On 34, you're seeing a revenue for the, you're seeing a summary of the revenue accounts. And I'll jump ahead just so you can see it. We'll go to both, but page 35 is a summary of the expense for Peasdale office building. Overall, for the Peasdale office building, they're showing a proposed increase of $22,690.
The Peasdale office building is a self-sustaining fund. It takes in lease payments from renters in the building. Some of the building is also used for recreation programming, like the ground floor pottery studio is the central location for the art program. We also have the third floor exercise studio that's used. We rent it, and we also use it for some programming. This fund is self-funding, so these monies get held in reserve for capital improvements to maintain the building. Any questions?
Next on page 36 and 37, so page 36 is the revenue summary for Senior Services Fund, and page 37 is the expense summary. Overall for Senior Services, I'm jumping ahead for a second to page 37. Their headcount is shown as 4, which is consistent with the current fiscal year, and the department overall is showing a decrease of $35.
So the senior program is level funded for the 25-26 year. What I will point out, and what is probably of most interest to this council, is the general fund transfer that the council authorizes to help support this program. And that is on the revenue page, the operating transfer in of $517,894, and that is actually down 3%. The reason that's down is because we have a number of other revenue sources that are listed here and have made up enough to actually reduce the general fund transfer. We have the senior center program, senior classes, and miscellaneous revenue. which is our membership fees and select classes. Most of the classes are free at the senior center, but we have that at $9,300. As this council knows, we also charge the town of Narragansett a fair share fee for directly related to the number of service units that are provided to Narragansett residents over the course of a year. So we have requested $82,085 from the town of Narragansett. We have grant funding that comes from the state level, some of which is federal, so our ears are perked up in terms of making sure, we're on top of where those monies are coming from. We get funding from Tri-Town Community Action for our community service information specialist. We get money from the Office of Healthy Aging. That's a community service grant as well. And we are also applying some of the senior fund balance, $10,000, to offset the general fund transfer and tax impact for the senior program. Otherwise, if you have any questions, I will say that one of the reasons for the level funding too is, again, because the utility costs have been pulled out of our operating budget.
Terry, do you know what percentage is federal funds?
I don't know off the top of my head what the percent is, but we're showing $82,000 in miscellaneous grants. I can't do that math in my head, so I don't know what the total percent is of the total budget, but that's what we're proposing for grant funding, and that is primarily the OHA grant, the Tri-Town Community Action grant. We get a legislative grant. I'm sorry, they're both OHA grants. One used to be a Tri-Town grant, and then it was taken over by OHA. Thank you.
I just was trying to find the fund balance that you pulled it from. Is it not in here as from last week, Brian? Because I can only find the senior center construction. Is there a different fund?
There are two for the senior center. There is one remaining balance for the construction, and there is a reserve from operations.
But that's not on this presentation?
No, this is just the operating budgets. I didn't put the fund balance as of, I don't have that on this now.
Say that again?
This is just the operating budgets for next year. I don't have the fund balance of that fund on this.
This is the presentation from...
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know what you were looking at.
That's okay. Last week?
Yes, that's on there. I don't have one on me.
Is it called... I can find the senior center construction fund, but I can't find the other one, so I don't know what it's called.
There's two that are labeled... Oh, that one, I think it was labeled...
I think, yeah, I can't find it. I've gone through it twice, so I don't know.
We have also proposed $10,000 from the Oliver Watson Fund as well. That's the interest income from that fund balance. And historically, we've recommended transfer of the Oliver Watson Fund balance, a portion of it, into the senior program, again, to offset the tax impact.
Right, so Brian pointed it out, it's elderly services on page 12, which has a fund balance of $428,000. So of which they're taking 10? No, 10 from this or 10 from the Oliver Watson? When you say fund balance applied, let me just double check.
That would be the elderly.
What did you say?
If she's pulling from the fund balance, that would be from the elderly services fund.
Yes, so 10,000 from the fund balance and 10,000 from the Oliver Watson Fund.
Is it fund balance applied?
I'm still trying to figure it out. The one item on page 26 says fund balance applied for projected 25-26 is 10,000. and I thought that was from elderly services. Is that right?
That's correct, but we also have 10,000 from the Watson Fund, and I can't see what page they're on, so.
We're on page 36, which is up
No,
there.
that's not what she's saying. There's another page or another,
No, my printout just doesn't have it, but have the document by pages, I apologize.
Oh, so I'll try to clarify here. So we're looking at the screen up here, right? It says fund balance applied. Under the proposed column, it says 10,000. You've identified two different transfers of 10,000, but there's only one we can clearly see on the slide. Where's the other 10,000 coming through? Is that operating transfer?
I'm thinking it's in the miscellaneous grants line, but Brian, you'll have to help me with that. I think they were merged into one.
I don't have the detail for that right now. I'd have to get back to you tomorrow night.
Okay. Any other questions on this one? All right, we can go to the next one.
Next, beginning on page 38 and continuing on 39 is the Neighborhood Guild. Overall, the Neighborhood Guild is proposed for an increase of $79,000. Again, page 38 is the revenue and page 39 is the expense.
So the Neighborhood Guild is also another self-sustaining program, and essentially we're showing some decreases in the guild budget in some areas because of the removal of, oh no, I'm sorry, utilities are not removed from this one, I take that back. We're looking at relocation of custodial costs. You may see a drop in the services line by 31%. That's because we're moving custodial costs to another line which falls under the capital outlay, and you'll see that has a significant increase, and that is because we are showing the custodial fees there as well as the capital improvement funds that we have identified for the Neighborhood Guild.
Can I jump in on that for just a second? So our auditors had asked for this change. These are services provided by the general fund for side funds. They've asked for us to identify this as a transfer out from these funds and then shown as a transfer in the general fund. Whereas previously it was just shown as an expense line for the services, and the general fund had a miscellaneous revenue. So net, no change, but just how it's shown, it's now shown as a transfer out for this fund and transfer in the general fund.
So you said auditors, right, not lawyers? I'm like, why would the lawyers be? Then I listened to the whole thing. So the auditors made this recommendation, so we made this change. Okay.
Yes.
So a quick question. Why do some of them have FTE numbers and others don't? Like certain slides. I mean, I don't really understand that. Like for, is it a choice? I don't really understand it.
Perry can speak to the personnel better, but I believe all the personnel there they're shared with the general fund, and the majority of the work are being done in the general fund, and they're shown there. So there is a portion of the wages allocated to the guild, but I don't believe we have any. Is there any one? Are those all just allocations from the? Is there any?
All of the staff that work at the guild that are full-time are 50% funded by the guild. So in the 8.94 positions that we showed in rec admin at the beginning of this presentation should really be cut in half because it was only 50% in that budget and 50% here.
All right. Go ahead.
you mentioned the utilities were not shifted to Mark in this one. Is there a reason?
We did a shift for just the general fund departments. This is, again, the guild is self-sustaining, so to have it included in the general fund, we didn't want to.
Okay.
Before we go on to another cost center, I have a question about the funds. We asked about the Watson and the elderly services, and amounts were allocated. But we, as a council, we could authorize more or less, but we weren't asked, when would we be able to say, we would like to use more of, say, this fund to do this or that? When would we do things like that? And who determines, like, that you didn't use a particular fund, or what funds get, the amounts get moved over?
So this is the, let's circle back, this is the manager's budget, so I put in what recommendations, what I think is appropriate, but of course, the council's budget has the last say. So you can add anything you want when it comes time to, you make your decisions on these budgets.
Right, so, I mean, I think that's why it'll be good that we come back at the next meeting, and Brian finishes the summary of the funds, so that we understand if there's any other opportunities to use money that way, because, I mean, Terry's just taking a small amount out of, if elderly services has, whatever, 428, and it's used for senior services, why wouldn't we look at what does that fund earn annually? Are we taking at least the earnings, the annual investment earnings? We don't have that information, so we couldn't even make that decision without that extra information. You see what I'm saying, Lauren?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just,
I think,
go ahead.
with respect to the transfers that this presentation, proposed manager's budget, contemplates, the council would approve and authorize it at the time that we enact the budget. So when you ask, who is it that makes the decision as to the transfers that are listed on these slides we see, I think when we actually, enact the budget and it becomes, to be effective July 1 of the next fiscal year, that vote by us is what authorizes everything within what this budget contemplates. But obviously, this is the manager's proposed budget. There's going to be this meeting, subsequent meetings where we can make changes, and ultimately, when it comes time to pass the preliminary budget, we can make an amendment. Then it's going to be a subsequent meeting to actually pass and enact a final budget. But yes, I'm open to hearing more about the different funds that we've started to review, some of the income that it generates, and the potential of using the at least income generated in the fiscal year to apply toward the operating budget to help relieve any reliance on general fund or having to tax the residents further.
Thank you.
I think part of the recommendation, to the extent that we're using funds, also ought to include, and Oliver Watson is just a red flag for me, is that a restricted fund based on the gift to the town in the 1930s? And if it is, before I vote on it, I want to know what the restrictions are, that it's a proper use of it.
Right.
A number of these funds do require, only allow the use of interest from the prior year. So yes, there are restrictions, because they are endowment funds.
But not even just the income aspect of it, if it's tied to the gift that I'm thinking of,
yes,
there is some tangible connection to elderly services, and that makes sense, without looking at any court documents or anything else or agreements. But I'd want some detail from the staff about why that's an appropriate usage.
And then, as far as, just to add on to that, so the note from the Watson Trust is, the available funding is obligated to the poor and needy of South Kingstown, of which $40,928 is deemed non-spendable. If you could just provide just explanation of why that would be non-spendable, or is it part, help us understand, and because I feel like we're just looking at a lot of uncertainty nationally and even at the state level in terms of all of these changes that we could be experiencing, and I just feel like people are nervous, and I just don't want to be, we have the assessments, and you see people misunderstand all the assessments. I hope we would have time to talk about the revals, but I just want to be really mindful, because people, we're still talking about the price of eggs, and we're still talking about how expensive our electric bills are, and we need to just, as a group, the taxpayers got their assessments, and they'll know what their bills are soon. So I want to know if we can help in any way we can.
I think we're all in agreement there.
Yep, thank you.
All right, we can continue on, Terry.
Next, beginning on page 40 is the revenue, and continuing on 41 is the expense for the Community Recreation Center. Overall, the Recreation Center is proposed for an increase of 79,000, just under 80,000, 79,795.
So the rec center operation is, up about $60,000. We see an increase in full-time and part-time wages. We're up on custodial fees, and we have an increased allocation to the CIP at $85,000. So those are the major drivers of increases. I'll take any questions.
Are you using any funds, transfer things in?
Yes, we are recommending, under the fund balance applied of $100,000 on the bottom of the revenue line, $15,000 is allocated to offset the general fund transfer. So we have $85,000 in the fund balance applied is going towards our capital improvement program.
What page are you, what's the?
Page 40.
Okay.
The last line before the total fund balance applied, it says $100,000. So $85,000 of that is our capital contribution for our projects, and then $15,000 is from the fund balance of the rec center fund.
So, under 2526 proposed for capital outlay is 259, which is an increase of 277%. Could you sort of talk about that?
I believe I just want to check and see, that's custodial services, is that correct?
Capital outlay?
Yes. That's the transfer to other funds. This is what you talked about previously in the guild budget. This is what that is as well. So most of that is for custodial services. Brian, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct.
So an increase of, so it was 67,776 in 24-25, and then could you explain to me again how we are getting to 259?
If you look in the detail of the rec center budget, you can see a custodial services line that's zeroed out for FY26. It's under services.
And that's on page what?
I don't have page numbers on mine. It's in the rec center budget. Expenditures by expense type. And the custodial services line has been moved to the capital.
All right, I just want to pause you there, Terry, because we are currently looking at the Community Rec Center budget, page 41. Sounds like you're saying that there are custodial services in the line item that are zeroed out. I do not see that on the presentation slide here, so maybe we can sort of work this out a little more. Go ahead, Brian.
So Terry's speaking from the full detailed budget, whereas we're dealing with the summary here. The summary is, so the services that Terry is speaking of is coming from the services. That's why you see the services going down approximately $140,000, and then capital outlay is going up. That's right. So there was a line item in services for the custodial services, and now it's going into the capital outlay and the transfer out.
Okay, thank you. That makes perfect sense.
All right, I'm okay there.
So I would say in the future, is this PowerPoint, can you do a footer so that you maybe would like, explain where we should look. I don't know, because that makes, a lot of these things would be helpful if the talking points were also printed so that we weren't scrabbling around.
It's not clear to us.
Right. It's just hard because we're just getting this Friday, Saturday at 12, so it's still a lot for us.
Okay.
Terry, under the rec center revenues line on page 40, you are showing essentially flat from this year's experience in projecting for next year. Is there a reason that the revenues are decreasing?
We look at our programs and base it on the previous year's numbers. We have, and I hate to bring up pickleball again, I'm sorry, but we have had, and that's a big generator, and so we have plateaued in that area among some others, but for the most part, it's just an adjustment to our program revenue based on our previous year's experience so that we're not overstating what we think we're going to bring in. The beauty of this is we don't spend it unless we bring it in.
Thank you.
All right, any more questions on this one?
So, at some point, I'm sure I've said this at least 3 times, but I'm going to say it one more time. So when we look at Terry's using $15,000 worth of fund balance and $85,000 as her capital contribution, it would be helpful for me to know, and I'm thinking everybody else, the balance on that fund is $219,520. That's what you're reporting. What's the expected income? Are we at least using all of the interest earned, because that fund was set up to build the rec center, so it doesn't need to be maintained in the same way. So I'm just trying to understand if there's any more that we can work with. That's all. I know I've said it 3 times, and Roy summarized it once really well.
All right. Thank you, Terry. I think that's the end here.
Thank you.
Next, beginning on page 42, is the police department. Overall, the police department is level on FTEs at 58, and the department is proposed for an increase of $114,000 or 1.1%.
Good evening. I'd like to start by thanking the council for the opportunity to present our budget. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize a true unsung hero for us from the police department. He's my executive assistant, Jackie Correa. We couldn't put the budget together. She does it quietly behind the scenes, really puts it all together for us, and I really appreciate all of her efforts. As you can see, a big portion of our budget is wages and benefits. But the budget in front of you is lean, as the manager noted. We've recently consolidated 2 positions, used technology, and really changed some things around within the department to adapt to some community needs. So that was a big benefit that you'll see within the budget. Additionally, we remain committed to seek federal and state grants. One of those areas which we're really proud is our the increase in funding from traffic safety, so the Officer Highway Safety. The last 3 years, we've seen over a 320% increase from annual increase for traffic safety. So I know we need to do more, but those funds, we couldn't do what we do today without those funds, and we really appreciate our partners that up at RIDOT and the Officer Highway Safety that allow those funds. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have about the budget that's in front of you.
Any questions for the chief?
So at some point, and I don't know where it comes, we probably want to have a conversation about speeding and is it worth investigating a camera, I forget, red light camera or whatever. I know we have tons of red lights, but I feel like we have these.
So I do have a study from Councilmember Marin that asked for, I believe, I know I misquoted last time when I was talking about weddings and.
Did you check the tape, Chief?
Parties, that's right, I did. But no, I do have that data, so we will have I can present that, Liberty Lane and over on, but again, with the red light cameras, or the speed cameras for the school zones, those are all options that we could explore.
I feel like initially I wasn't really excited about lots of cameras for privacy reasons, but then when you hear Ms. Horton advocate for a crosswalk at Kersey Road for her street because of the access, I think it really behooves us to look, like there's a lot of people speeding through the town in lots of areas, so how do you slow people down? And I feel like I'm a little bit more interested to learning more about what that would be, and I feel like we've kind of almost missed the window in this budget cycle, but I want to try to maybe talk about it in the future so that we make a safer community, because
and that's why I bring up the Office of Highway Safety and the funding that we're able to obtain from that, because without that amount, again, we need to do more with traffic enforcement. But even with that amount, would be in a much difficult situation than we already are. But again, I'm happy to, whether we have another meeting to talk about it, but there are a lot of options out there, a lot of technology that we can utilize, and if it's right for certain areas, those cameras aren't necessarily appropriate everywhere, but in certain areas, school zones being namely one, there is a bill that's up at the State House that's looking to expand speed cameras outside of the school zones, but I'm happy to discuss that further with you.
is that something anyone is interested in the future?
Yes, I think at Broad Rock and the Tuning Schoolhouse Road, those are two school zones we do have to consider because neighbors do complain folks drive too fast on those roads. And I'd also like to encourage you, Chief, to, if we can, look at speed bumps. I know that they're not popular, but I think speed bumps do work, and the idea of doesn't work with plowing, goes against what a lot of cities have to deal with plowing. So I do, Councilman Berger, I'm interested in looking further into the cameras.
One thing I'd suggest if we're going to have the discussion is that we get some data first. Right now, speed cameras are only allowed around the school zones themselves. There's the bill that's in the legislature that's pending. And there are some places in town, and I can only say this by anecdote because I don't have data, that are more prone to speeding and sometimes going undetected. When we had the Woodruff issue a couple of years ago, you talked about the difficulty. I don't think anybody here had even thought about it, that enforcement on Woodruff is particularly difficult because you can't even park a car, a police car, to do the enforcement. But it's a very tricky subject, and I'd be very slow to just jump into it.
So one of the things that you had talked about previously here is just in general traffic calming measures. And so we had at that time talked about, I think it was on Broad Rock Road, like maybe narrowing it in certain parts, maybe like around the bend. And I just wonder if out on, not to bring up Liberty Lane, but, the part where everybody, flies over the bump, isn't there some way that isn't there something you could do to, calm that tendency?
When we look at all of our options, enforcement is one way, education is another way, engineering and making changes to the roadway, speed bumps, different things, and it's what's appropriate to the area, and there are challenges with speed bumps, whether it's plowing or the maintenance of that. To look
you can even narrow the road sometime, right? So that people have to pay more attention to what they're doing.
In certain areas, that might be appropriate, but again, if you narrow the road and then you have a head-on or you have someone get injured, you've created a bigger problem.
Right.
All right. We can continue on, Chief.
Yes.
I've got a couple of questions. You talked about the consolidation of two positions. Can you be a little more specific what was done there?
We've had recent retirements on a few of our civilian positions, so we've utilized, again, the technology and combined it. We've now recently just posted a new data specialist technology position, and really just utilizing a lot of tools that are available with us with online forums and where you don't necessarily need to have the person at the station, But with that said, prior to, we did establish a brand new position as a public safety receptionist. So that's a greeter. And that position really triages anyone that comes into the station. And that works a lot better because, many people, since I've been here, have come into the station, they see a big tinted window with dispatch, and they're waiting for the dispatchers. And the dispatcher's attention and focus needs to be to the radio and into the phones that are there, and to have walk-ins come in. So that's a new position we created by having more of a customer-facing or customer-friendly approach when people come in looking for reports or services from us.
And can you explain a little bit how many officers are dedicated to CSO's positions at the schools? I know we're going to have a discussion.
Yeah, the SROs, we have two SROs.
Sorry, SRO.
Yep, we have two SROs. We have one assigned full-time to the high school and one to the middle school.
And they're both assigned full-time?
Full-time, yes.
And do you...
During the school year.
And how is that accounted for? Do you get funds from the school department and then transfer?
So the police department works with the school department and bills them, and the town has a revenue line within the general fund to receive those funds.
Is that for the full amount of the staff?
Half. I believe half.
Half. Okay. Thank you.
We moved down really quickly from the traffic piece, so I feel like most people are interested in you pursuing and giving us options. I heard getting data and then talking with us maybe at a work session. I know it's an expense. It's maybe not part of this budget, but I think it potentially sounds like it's not one of our goals, but a community goal, right? So I don't want it to get lost because I feel like we had Woodruff, we have Liberty Lane. I'm sure there'll be another person, and I'd rather have a proactive approach underway so that we can answer the question better for
Middlebridge.
This is a sort of an ongoing process that the department does. They analyze, the data, identify which roads need more attention than others. Obviously, you can't give all of them the same attention because there's only limited resources. A lot of roads in South Kingstown, but this isn't something new that we're saying, you should start doing. This is something you've been doing, we want to continue doing, and then hopefully get regular feedback to us as to what we can do to help you address some of those roads.
The feedback's important, but I think there's new technology and new approaches that we can address it.
Right.
The information and the complaints and concerns might be continuing over the years, but I think that we can look at, a very big benefit that we had was the institution of the two motorcycles.
Right.
Having those and the enforcement of those, Woodruff, as you said, it makes it it's much more effective to have a motorcycle on a small road like that doing enforcement. So I think the discussion's important. Data is extremely important, and then me sharing that with you, and then looking at what our options could be.
Yes. All right.
So it's not, yes, you do all the same things, but I think if there's new things that we could be working towards, like whether it's the cameras in the speed zones or other things that we don't know about, just having either a future work session, post-budget, here are the options and here's the things, and maybe there's grant money, maybe there's not, but we should.
I agree.
That's all.
Sounds
it's the
good.
same, but
Let's do it. Let's plan on it sometime in the future. Good.
Summertime.
So back to the budget. If you have any questions.
Next then on page 43, we have police civilians, which this is again the division that is going down by 1 FTE. Overall, this department is showing a reduction of $29,730. Also on this page is emergency management, which is level funded at $12,918.
All right, any questions for the chief? All right, we're good on this one.
Great.
Next on page 44, we have dispatchers. Dispatchers is proposed for an increase of $142,000. The FTEs remain unchanged at 8.4 versus the current year. Also, Harbor Patrol is noted for a proposed increase of $1,300.
So Harbor Patrol would be an area that the natural resource officer piece would be picked up here.
That's correct.
Got it.
See, this is where it gets confusing, right? Because you have one over here, one over here.
It's actually named differently. So without being informed by finance director that you know, these actually represent a piece of the same thing, you wouldn't be able to identify it yourself. But, all right. Any questions for the chief on this? We can go to the next one.
Next on page 45 is Animal Control Road. The road division is proposed for an increase of $10,600.
See, now this one has like the 3.43 mic. That's exactly what you wanted.
So this is an animal shelter?
This is the shelter and the animal enforcement.
Okay. How's operations going over there?
It's going.
All right. It's going good? Still effective?
So I have noticed on social media the promotion of like the dogs that are that are up for adoption. So I don't know if people are surrendering more dogs or it's
It's been pretty steady.
Okay.
But I don't think really any more of a spike.
Okay.
Than normal.
Do you accept volunteers at the shelter?
No, no.
Is there a reason?
I think liability and ensuring that who's coming in. I know that it's been in the past looked at for volunteers, but just the limited staff that we have, and then having people come in and ensuring that they're safe with the animals that are there.
So a town council person could not volunteer at the animal shelter, asking for a friend. No?
It's just, I have some friends that volunteer for SOS, and so the Save One Soul organization. And so they ended up at our facility, and they were really surprised to see how many animals that we have already in need of adoption. And so they, bring animals in from the south, from the kill shelters in the south. So my friend, who's very involved with the organization, asked if, there was some way. So what I'm hearing is that there isn't, even though
the Rescue League.
Yeah, they accept.
Right.
So is that really something that we couldn't do? Or do we would really have to go a long way?
The liability of putting a volunteer with some of these canines that are in there I think is very great, and I think you just asking for trouble to do that. I mean, we do take some dogs that are, some homeless people have, and they have some behavioral issues, and there's somewhere in the state of Rhode Island where someone just got bit pretty good by a volunteer at one of the shelters. So
we had one of our employees get bit about a month ago.
So I mean, it is a concern. It's not because we're trying to say no. It's just the resources we have to be devoted just to care of the animals, and there are other places that you can volunteer.
Right. Okay.
All right, any other questions for the chief?
So just a quick question, 3.43 at the animal control, how does that, what's the 0.43?
You want to take it?
I was going to say first, 3.43, that is reflective of both the animal control road and the animal control shelter. So that the 3.43 is for both road and shelter.
So you have a full-time person at the shelter, a half part-time person at the shelter, and then you have full-time animal control? Is that what you're telling me?
Correct, and then we have another for part-time. It's shy and part-time for animal enforcement.
So Tara
We've
has
had a tough time filling that.
Okay.
All right, I think we're good, Chief.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on page 47 is Public Services Administration. Overall, this department is level on personnel at 6.6, and the department is proposed for an increase of 57,000 or 11%.
Good evening.
Rich, I've still been looking for that riffraff.
The riffraff? Riffraff right here.
Funny. It's a surfboard. It's a surfboard, Rory. It's a surfboard.
I personally love Rich's new goatee. Personally, I'm loving the new goatee. Very nice, sir.
Yeah, it's just, I think the gray just shows my age though. Public Service Administration, just for your information, I guess, what happens out of that building is a lot of support for the 4 or 5 departments that we have, in total. So, all of the utility permitting goes through DPS or the administration. So we oversee all the new sewer line connections, all the water main extensions, sewer main extensions, all those types of projects. They go through administration. A portion of all those departments pays, and the enterprise funds pays for some of those positions. But that's why it's kind of represented as 6.6, which is a little bit odd, I think. Generally no real increases there, other than contractual requirements, and with what I think is a pretty good decrease that has more to do with utilities, I believe, than anything else. Okay, so generally level funding. And because much of the services capital outlay commodities are generally low values, small amounts can make a big difference. This year we have no software we need. Generally the AutoCAD is a 3-year license. We've paid for that last year, so those are the types of things that usually throw that high, but it didn't do that in this case because we don't need those things this coming year or for the next couple of years. Unless you have questions, I can move on to.
Yeah, we can keep going.
Streets and highways. Again, many of the contractual requirements are shown here, and services.
That's utilities again, Rich.
What's that?
That's utilities. They're moving out of utilities.
Yeah, utilities, right. So there is a drop in utilities, and it only shows 2.89%. It actually is a good dollar value, but we're talking about a $557,000 portion of that budget, which includes professional services. That's all our stone seal and all this, and that's why that number's so high. Generally, that professional services keeps that number very high. In capital outlay, there's what I think was a significant increase, but again, it's a small dollar value, but it's a high increase on percentage. That has to do more with equipment maintenance, things like attachments to certain equipment and things like that. Those are things that are more related to the age of the equipment, and we generally will use more money as the equipment gets a little bit older, and that's what that's attached to. And with commodities, you're going to see a decrease, and we say it's only 2.35, but again, because it's a $456,000 value, that's a pretty good chunk of change. That has to do with salt, sand, less use. And these are, I think we're starting to observe some of the things we've talked about over the past few years about, we start to change our processes, and now we're starting to kind of reap the rewards of that. So we're using less salt, we're using less sand. Now, it may seem like we haven't had a very, so the past couple of winters were somewhat mild. This winter, not so much. I mean, the guys have been out an awful lot. Staff has been out, just a couple weeks ago, there was a 13-hour day, a 10-hour day, so it's, even though it may not get a lot of snow, but they're still out salting, sanding, and all those things. There's still a lot of activity out there. Storms you may not see a lot of snow, but the storms are still there, and we're still addressing them. But because of our processes, like we salt during the day, during regular work hours, we're not using a lot of overtime, and things like that. It really helps the operation and helps our dollars, I think, at the end. So we're kind of reaping those rewards. Questions? I'll move on. Tree warden. No change here. The stipend for a tree warden is $8,880 a year. We're not making any change. The commodities, the services portion of that includes two things. One is for professional services. Those are, I believe it's $40,000 that goes towards tree removal. There's planned tree removal, and there's another $30,000 under that dollar, in that fund that's for emergency tree services. So we're not expecting any changes on those things.
What are the benefits for the tree warden?
Benefits would include, I would assume, FICA, and
Oh.
yeah, just the general things that we would use. Any questions?
No, your tree people have been out and about.
Those are our arbors.
I know, I've
yeah.
seen them.
And so there's a differentiation here. The tree services, when I talk about emergency services, they'll take a tree right to the ground. Our guys don't generally do that. We're limbing a lot of trees, so we're trying to, make things a little safer so that when these storms happen, they don't take trees down. National Grid's also been out there a lot.
No, I've seen the town people, so I just wanted to say that they were doing a nice job.
Yeah, they do a great job. We're very, very happy. Street lighting, not a big change. I have requested an increase here, and it's primarily due to the maintenance of the lights in general. We're finding we're getting to the point now where we're really understanding what these lights are going to require. We did have an LED conversion a few years back, and now we're starting to understand a little bit better on what the general requirement's going to be. We have to pay a regular maintenance charge for the Itron, the little node that's on top that tells us everything. I get a report every single day telling us what lights are giving us a problem. But generally, I'm anticipating that I want to send the crews out a little bit more, basically. And we have a contract with a company out of Massachusetts. They've been coming down to maintain the lights.
Rich, I've got a couple of small businesses on Main Street in the Quick Tire area say that they would love to have the same lighting that down the street on Main Street has. Yeah. Has there been any thought to expand, the lighting from, the formerly Phil's area up past Arnold's Lumber towards like Marmar's Boutique and the other Thai restaurant in that area? It gets kind of dark over there, right? And I think that would be helpful for a lot of the small businesses up there to have the same kind of lighting.
So the decorative lights, if that's what we're talking about, the decorative lights, that was part of a roadway improvements project through DOT. And that can still happen. And I think if there are going to be any changes on Main Street, if DOT is discussing making changes, or if we want to make those types of changes, I believe we would probably pursue, extending those lights all the way up. As far as putting Cobra headlights or anything like that, DOT is taking ownership of all the Cobra headlights on state roads. So, it's a question for them. And we can always reach out as well. So if maybe I will. So, if they're looking for more lighting up the street, then I can certainly reach out there. As far as the decorative lights, that's a whole streetscape thing, and I'm not sure how that would work. Now, we do own the lights on Main Street, the decorative lights on Main Street, those are ours. And we can maintain them, and we can dim them if we want to, we can do all those things. But as far as extending up the road, it's a little bit more of sort of a capital improvements project. We can certainly look at that over time.
Thank you. I think they're talking about the actual lighting from RIDOT. So if you could look into that, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, I can reach out and just suggest maybe I'll go up there when it's darker and then just try to get an understanding of where some dark areas, and I'm sure this should be made safer.
Thank you, Rich.
Moving on. The Water Enterprise Fund, again, some increases due to general obligation, contractual obligations, and let's see, services, and then, fairly relatively level funded. I want to note just a couple of things here. So under the revenue side, we have, under our licenses and permits, so, usage fees. I've been waiting, T-Mobile moved their equipment, and they're gonna be getting a reduction in their rent, associated with that removal. They haven't actually made the request yet, but they will, so I keep anticipating that to happen. So you'll see a reduction, but actually I've been thinking that was gonna happen last year. Like last year's fees could have been higher, I could have kept that higher, thinking they weren't gonna do what they're saying they're gonna do, but now I keep anticipating they're gonna do it. So we'll wait to see that. At some point, we're gonna have to reserve those losses in that non-rate paying revenue. That would be the cell carriers. We are talking with another cell carrier that may want to move on to one of those towers, and that'll be an additional revenue. So these things are all kind of changing all the time, but generally speaking, we will most likely see a reduction. I'm showing it as a reduction, perhaps. It will be a reduction next year, most likely, with T-Mobile. But, you know, the way water and wastewater for that matter, well, water mostly, but the way they work is that, you know, we anticipate a certain amount of sales, and we base it on previous years. Now, the past couple of years, we've had actually good rain. We haven't used as much water. So the revenue is not necessarily as high. So we're anticipating a certain revenue. It doesn't come in as high, but that's okay because we're not buying the water either, right? So we do purchase this water. So, you know, generally there's a balance. And I'm anticipating a certain revenue, but I'm also anticipating a certain purchase. So, and these things, again, fluctuate a little bit. So I don't know if that makes sense. Moving on.
On the revenue side, can you address a couple of the anomalies that are in the chart? For revenue from investments, you've got 24-25 was 30,000 adopted, but the projected is 207,000.
So this is very similar to the general fund. They've exceeded expectations, exceeded budget. 65,000 that is proposed for next year, that is about where they were at the halfway mark this year. So again, not knowing where the rates will go next year, not wanting to hedge our bets too much on that, that is about where we were at the halfway mark for the water department in terms of revenue from interest, revenue from investments for the water fund this year.
So for this year, I'm not getting it. How did we go from 30,000 to 207?
Very similar to how we're doing with the general fund, where we had a budget of 665,000, and we're going to probably end around 1.8 million. We're just having a very good year in terms of
from investments.
Yes.
Okay. And then the other one was fund balance applied. You've got what looks like a trend increasing. It says 64% from year to year, but you had 59,000 essentially in 23-24, 130 in 24-25, and 25-26 is projected to be 215.
Yeah, so this is in some sense connected to our capital projects. So if we have a year where we maybe don't do as much with capital projects, or we don't do what we anticipated doing, you know, they may bulk up the following year. So those numbers tend to kind of move around a little bit. But when we say, when we're suggesting we're taking fund balance, well, those may be, and I can't say specifically, I don't have it here on my capital budget here, but there are some that we sock away cash, and then we anticipate actually spending it, and then you'll see it on the expenditure side that we're actually spending that money. So we need to pull that money from the capital reserve.
So, just so I understand that, you're taking, so the $85,000 increase for fund balance applied, that $85,000 comes from?
The capital reserve. So these are the reserve dollars that we keep for our capital projects, or perhaps anything that might come along, such as, you know, maybe we have a catastrophic type issue.
Okay. So my question is, so then the other question is, you had projected 30,000 from revenue from investments, and you're getting 207. So that's 170,000. That's going where?
So that will go to the fund balance of the water fund. They're an enterprise fund, so all funds within the water fund stay within the water department and the water fund. So any results from operations on a given year will go to the fund balance of that fund.
Okay. Is that in your chart here? I couldn't find that one.
Sorry, no, that was just the side funds I didn't include any operating budgets. Because I thought you were just looking for reserves and side funds and things that aren't budgeted. I can add that, but
well, I think that, so that's $170,000. That's just gonna go back into some operating budget, right?
The fund balance of the water fund, yes.
That's one that has limited use, not flexibility with how it can be spent.
Correct.
Right, but why wouldn't we use it over here and
I guess a question.
reduce some of the expenses?
If the investment income if the actual investment income is higher than what is adopted in the budget, could you use some of that and reduce the amount of the fund balance applied?
Yes, that's what happens.
Okay.
So the fund balance is to help balance these accounts out, but may not be used. It effectively just stays where it's at. You know, instead of pulling it from here to take care of these things, it just ends up staying where it's at, and then everything's balanced out.
Until you're actually ready to do the project.
If there's a project involved, yes.
Okay, say it again, not in accounting speak. He said it, but I didn't understand it.
So we use the fund balances, and Brian, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we use the fund balance to balance these accounts out. The same thing happens with wastewater and solid waste. So that we have these reserve dollars to help to reconcile these accounts, to make them even. But we may not ever call on it, but we need to have these accounts. We need to know that we have those funds available, so we use those funds if needed. But often they're not. So what will happen is that, you know, if revenue from investments ends up being high again, we'll never need that fund balance to balance this budget out. And that way we don't have to, the option here is to raise the rates. And that's what we try to make sure we exhaust some of these other options before we get to the point where we have to raise rates. You know, and the rates can raise for many reasons, by the way. It can be that we have maybe a substantial capital project we have to do, or you know, chemicals cost more and these other things. Mostly wastewater, that happens a lot. It's the chemicals and hauling and all these other things. Water doesn't really have that, but these are still things that can change the rates. So instead of raising the rates, what we look to do is maybe use the fund balance to balance this out. And if we have successive years where we have problems like this, then we have to think about raising rates.
So I guess I think from this conversation, I think I do want to see the operating. I don't know if you can do it for the next meeting, but I think I would like to know that, because I feel like I understand what we're just saying. They're going to generate 170 and they're going to put it over here, and they may never use it. They may smooth out an increase, but it's still, this was someone's money that they paid, and that we're then just creating our own bank of money, and people are worried about their own money.
Well, no, I mean, I'd be careful. It's a little different than the way, you know, in this case, if we had, say we had a serious problem with a tank, and we had to redo that whole tank, and that can happen. Mm-hmm. We have to have those funds available to do that, and it's not like it comes from the town, where the town's got a little bit larger, perhaps, it's called a fund balance, but it's, you know, a little bit larger funds available. The water department doesn't have that. It's self-sustaining. It's not going to have that. So, you know, there are reasons why we may need those dollars, and we have to have them available for those types of projects.
I think it's pretty extraordinary that, you know, we made $170,000 off our investment. And I think that potentially what Councilwoman Berger is trying to say is if we're making a bunch of money off of our tax dollars, we want to make sure that we can try to keep rates and taxes as low as possible for our residents who are paying taxes. That's all. I think that's what you may be saying. But I mean, it's great. I'm glad that we're making money off our investments.
Yeah, but this isn't tax funded. This is a rate-based program, in fact. It's not funded from our tax levy at all. And also, you know, like I really like to get, and I've talked to a number of consultants. I'd love to have these tanks, the interior of these tanks painted or treated. It's a certain type of treatment. It's $1 million per tank or $800,000 per tank. And if we were to do the exterior as well, which is another $200,000 to $300,000, then we have tanks that are good for 30, 40 years. And you know, to drain down the, I got to build up an arsenal before we do something like that, because then that would drain a lot of what we have.
So is that in your CIP?
No, not yet, but I will. At some point we'll have to do that. I'm not doing that yet because I don't want to use those types of dollars for this yet. And I've tried, by the way, to get this on the project priority list, to perhaps get funding from, it's not even eligible because it's considered a maintenance.
Okay.
So these are the types of projects, we're not, even the wastewater it's even worse with wastewater. I mean, any type of expansion at a wastewater plant, it's $10 million. You know, we talk about doing a treatment plant.
Yeah.
But $15 million or $20 million requires a match. And a 20% match or a 25% match is going to require $5-6 million. So, you know, this helps build an arsenal. And I'd like to point out that we are probably the lowest rate for our water in the South Shore and Middlebury. South Shore and Middlebury, not town or any zone. We're the lowest rate in the region. Okay. So we are still maintaining a low rate, but we're still actually functioning pretty well, I think. But remains to be seen, I guess.
Thank you. Wastewater?
And so no rate increase. I think it's important to know no rate increase planned this year. Veolia is not planning any increase, so we're not planning any increase at this point. That could change. I have a feeling they're going to go back to the PUC for a rate increase. Wastewater, again, we're looking at increases in usage fees. Some of the, and these are our estimates based on previous years because we're not even done with 2025. So we generally look at estimates, and so I'm anticipating another $600,000 or so, but that will remain to be seen. From previous years, it looks as though we could get there. We also increased our rate last year, so. Revenue from investments, again, that would be in regard to interest rates again, and that's why we're anticipating a 344% increase, so it goes to $200,000.
Is that $200,000 the 6 months of the fiscal year end?
Right.
All right, so that's pretty conservative. So now that we see some of these, I want to just talk about a more high-level thing. Early in the presentation, you identified that we project a $900K approximate surplus in revenues for the current operating budget, and you project a surplus in expenses of about $300,000. Actual expenses are projected to be lower than what was budgeted by about $300,000. Put us at an operating budget surplus of about $1.2 million, but that's conservative because some of the revenue from investment accounts, which we've seen tonight, is just through 6 months.
No, I projected out for the balance of the fiscal year, similar to here where you're seeing a projection of 525. So there was a year-end projection there.
Okay. So for the subsequent fiscal year, revenues potentially could be higher because these revenue from investments are conservative and that they only take into account the first 6 months of the fiscal year.
Yeah, I didn't want to bank on the fact of this continuing, and if they don't continue, we're going to have a large hole.
Those figures for the 6 months or the proposed amounts there as to revenue from investments, that's sort of speculative.
Yes.
Because we haven't even reached that fiscal year. We really don't know what that's going to be.
Absolutely.
Okay, so it's hard to really tell if that's conservative or not, but that's sort of like a placeholder.
Yes.
Okay.
And the Dow dropped 600 points today.
Yes.
We're in a free fall.
But just to clarify, revenue from investments does not include stock appreciation. It's dividends and interest. Is that right?
No.
It includes unrealized gains, stock appreciation?
We don't, well, we don't, all we have, we really have checking accounts, we have some CDs, we don't have, now, some of our funds, like the school, like the funds for the guild and the school trustees, those will have, we have some bonds, we have some things like that. Same with some of the other investment funds. What we have, what's in front of you tonight between the operating budgets, that's checking accounts, that's CDs, we don't have anything like that.
Okay. On the expenditure side, wages tend to dictate what's happening with the increase, or sure, at least is the culprit in a sense, but it's a good thing. So, we're seeing some increases there with new contractual agreements, particularly Council 94, and we're all happy about that. Services, you'll see an increase that primarily has to do with utilities like electric and all those things. Those things are still accounted for. With wastewater, we have a number of facilities throughout town. The pump at Kingston Pump Station, these things are very expensive to run on a regular basis. The commodities, you'll see a modest increase there, but it has to do with the chemicals. We're always seeing increases in all the chemicals we use for wastewater treatment. Any questions? Again, no fee increase proposed this year. I think we're in good shape. We had an increase last year, and we're not planning one this year. So moving on to solid waste.
Sorry, Jim, Rich.
Yes, please.
Just a quick question on the wages and benefits. Did you say that was part of the CBA that we just approved for Council 94?
Council 94, big portion of it, not all of it, but some big portion of it.
Okay, how do we get to 23 and 22%?
So in addition to the raises, as mentioned earlier, the two new positions, the communications manager and the
grant writer.
Thank you. Those are funded 20% through, yes.
Solid waste, not a whole lot of change. You'll see some revenue for investments. There's a decrease there, but again, it's just a couple $1,000. So it, percentage-wise, it looks a little bit extreme. And we are showing a fund balance applied here as well. But a couple things I want to point out, and it's more on the expenditure side. So we are in and we have wages. The wages, the way they show, is also that we've gone full time on the recycle coordinator, but we regain that on the revenue side from Narragansett, half of that anyway. So the increase is actually not nearly as what it's showing here. It's still effectively a half-time position. We have the bond that we have for the Superfund site is in its final year. There's $55,000 that we've been paying on that plus interest. And that will be done after this year, so we'll be assuming that next year we'll be in better shape even next year. We have to strike a new contract either with the existing Waste Connections who's running the facility now, or we have to shop it out and find another contractor, and that's got to happen this coming year. So, there's a couple things happening there, and then we'll have a different agreement with them. Right now, like for example, we get $3.50 per ton that's taken up to resource recovery, and we may assume a higher rate. We don't know. Those are the types of things that we'll have to work out. We'll have to flesh all that out through some sort of negotiation, and then you'll see that as well. So there's a lot happening there, but I anticipate that it'll be changing over the next year or so, and then we'll even be in better shape next year. And I guess that's really all I have to say about the transfer station. The Waste Connections was required as part of their original contract to do a series of capital projects at the station. They've done everything. They replaced the entire floor of the facility. They've done the walls. And it's got a new scale, the new scale house. I mean, all these things, and it runs really well. I think it runs really well. Anytime I've been there, I think it functions very, very well. So we're happy with them, and I'd like to see that we'll come up with some other good projects, with the next contract.
Let's have a brief question, Rich. For the usage fees on page 54, we had it adopted 2,670, and our projected was 53,000. Do we just have a lot more usage fees come in?
Such a swing.
Adopted.
Adopted usage fees 2,670. Projected is 53,000. So where's the 51,000 extra come in?
I believe that has to do with the Narragansett side. We have to talk about how that changes. I believe it's still going to end up. I'll look at I'll have an answer for you. I'll look at the fine line, but I got to talk with Brian about that.
All right. Thank you, Rich.
All right. Thank you.
Next on page 56 is legal. Legal is proposed for a 3% increase totaling $8,000.
So, where is that? 50 what, 6?
Yes.
So they get the standard increase that the non-union get every time? That they get the same increase as non-union employees?
Since I've been here, yes.
Okay. So that's the same town solicitor we've had for 25-something years. And did we ever get the agreement signed that we talked about, just a scope of services? Did we get provided that? We talked about it.
I believe we did.
Well, he's not here. I think we did. That was a while ago. It was a year ago. But.
The town solicitor is just line 1. Is that correct? How many people do we have doing prosecutions? Just one? That 44,000 line item there? Legal fees prosecution?
So yes, Terry Simpson handles that. All of the solicitor services are through Microsola's office. With exception, we do have labor attorney services. If you remember, these two labor attorneys we use specifically, they typically come out of that labor line that is separate than the general solicitor's office. It's just due to the nature of the issues. Those are typically the higher, elevated human resource type issues.
Okay. And the planning legal work, that's also going through Ursilla's office, right?
That's correct. That's typically Amy Goins.
Got it.
You just break it out separately.
Correct. Yeah, we started doing that 2 years ago, I think, Brian, right? Just to better track the legal services, because I think it was more important, I think, for the council to see where the money was going per line item.
Got it.
So Ursilla's and Tights and is that
Rich?
Rich, is that who they are? Ursillo, yep. Tights and Rich. So they are the general solicitor line item, the planning and special line item, and labor relations, or they which are theirs?
So general solicitor, which covers, a lot of the services you don't see, like they come here, but every single department relies on them, whether it be reviewing any type of legal documents, et cetera, et cetera. So that would fall under general solicitor. Because planning is so intensive, obviously all their meetings and specialty and legal, that does fall under the planning and specialty, which would be zoning as well. That one falls under that. Prosecution is self-explanatory. That is, like I said, Terry Simpson, he handles that exclusively. Labor is typically Vin Radasta or Tim Cavazza for Whelan and Corrente. Those are the two we have retained for labor services. So when we bill for that, typically it's me handling those invoices. Those go to that line. And then general labor relations, we carry a small fee. Honestly, that's typically for arbitration fees.
when we go to arbitration or we have small things, we put it to that line.
All right, thank you, Luke. We can go to the next one now.
Next is town council and boards and commissions. One item I wanted to note, the budget referendum, I have a typo on the 24-25 adopted. That should have been 15,256 as well. They are level funded, adopted for 25 versus proposed for 26. The second line, the second line, budget referendum, that in 24-25 is adopted at 15,256. So that is not seeing an increase in 25-26.
All right, any questions on this one?
So what is the 10,756? Is that the school bond referendum?
I'm sorry,
So budget referendum, is that the May 7th school bond vote?
No, that's the budget that we create for a budget referendum every year. If somebody petitions that they want to change the budget, we'll put it to a vote.
So in the event there's no budget referendum, that 10,756 will be zero.
Correct.
Got it.
Okay, so I'm confused. So 23-24 was 9228, reading across, right? So then I thought you said that 24-25 adopted was 15,256.
That's correct.
So then the projected is?
I had 10,756.
The bond referendum occurred in the previous fiscal year.
I understand. So what did we spend 10,756?
We have it.
We're just anticipating
It's a
there to be a
placeholder.
referendum.
But it could be, if there's no budget referendum, it
We're
becomes
planning
zero.
it could be. Yes, it could be zero.
All right, that's what was confusing. I'm like, we already spent something?
No, they're just in anticipation.
Okay.
Maybe it's because I'm new. Why did we trim the zoning board review when it was kind of like matching or pegged at with the planning board?
What?
So the zoning board review says it was 23 adopted, 17, 24 adopted, 14, 24 projected, 14, 25 projected, or proposed is 7,000. And it kind of like almost matched or similar to the planning board. So what's the difference here?
I would have to check with you, and that was submitted by Jamie Gorman, so I'd have to get back to you on that. I'm not sure why that was reduced.
Isn't it they get paid when they meet, and if they don't meet very often, then they don't get paid?
That makes sense. Thanks.
I mean, that would be what I would guess. I think that's why he says it. That's what he said.
Cool. Thanks.
All right, we're good there.
Next up is the debt service fund. This fund is proposed for an increase of $1,744,000 or 97%. The breakdown of the added costs, where we're projecting the bond anticipation notes or bands to have an interest payment in FY 25-26 of $1,850,000, of which we're proposing the use of debt service fund balance of $682,735. So the net tax impact would be $1,167,265 related to the bond anticipation notes.
Can I ask a question? And I don't know a lot about borrowing money and spending money, but we already have the reserve fund at 17 or 18 million. Why wouldn't we just front our own money there? Explain to me why we wouldn't front our own money there so we don't have to pay the interest on the bands, because we know we're going to get the money back from the project, and we can pay ourselves back and just sort of avoid the interest.
So, good question, and I wish we could. But this is covering the first year of construction, so we're anticipating the bands. I should have led with that. This is covering bands for the construction totaling $61 million. So this is the first year of construction on the project. And we don't have that in reserve.
We don't have what?
We don't have that in reserve to cover.
No, we don't. But so it's not any. So we're the first band is 61 million.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now I understand. We only have. But you see why I would be like, well, if we have the money, why would we borrow it and just pay ourselves back?
Absolutely.
So why wouldn't we give $5 million?
Some portion of it.
Yes.
I think it's worth asking the question.
I'm trying to save people as much money as possible so that we get a high school that we want, you know, people don't go broke paying for it.
Because this is going to be, this entire project will be covered by the bond eventually, so we need to, we don't have operating expenses to cover this project. This is to be fronted by the voter-approved bond referendum. And we don't have funding otherwise for this.
Well, we have some money.
The council could choose to designate some of the fund balance if they so choose, but they would be a fraction of the construction cost.
Isn't it potentially problematic in the sense that it could potentially reduce the grading of the bond and potentially increase the interest on the remaining portion that we will be relying on debt for?
Yes, we're the other side of this is when we go to issue this is also allowing us to phase this in. So as painful as this is that we have to pay this year, that leads to next year when we're going to have to pay even more. When we issue the bond, when you saw our fiscal year 28, and we're going to have a bond payment of $10 million, this is allowing us to creep up and get to that, rather than just issuing all at once and going from where we are right now for debt payments to that $10 million figure. So it's allowing us to pay for the project as it goes, and also ramp up our debt service payments.
Sorry. I swear to God I hit it. Is there a GFOA best practice or recommendation for how to deal with this, or do you just treat a $150 million bond as a separate transaction?
This would really be it. So the plan would be issuing, like I said, $61 million, which will probably be before the council in the March, April timeframe, fairly soon, so the money is available come May, June when this starts. The $61 million, and we'll be back next year for probably in the area of doubling that to 120 some odd million, and then the final year we'd be issuing the full amount. So this is
You need up to.
sorry,
But not another
well, the
120.
final amount, but yeah. But next year is the 120 something, because I would be rolling this 61 that we'd have, and then next year's construction cost to get to. But there will be much more discussions on this, as I mentioned.
So to answer my own question, we don't have enough to cover the 61 million, and if we took even, say, 5 million, based on what Rory's saying, we could change the Moody rating, we could, whatever, it could put other factors in play, would then changes the rate.
Yes, that would then drastically reduce our reserves, and that would look very favorable, yes.
Right, so like borrowing it,
Yeah.
I just trying to
I get it.
find a coin.
Yep, I get it.
Yeah, we can keep going, Brian.
Okay. Next up is the school department on page 59. So the schools, they are being proposed for a municipal appropriation, as mentioned earlier, of $55,994,773. In addition to this, and I'm sure the town manager can speak to this, but when we received the budget proposal from the school department, in addition to them requesting a $500,000 increase in the municipal appropriation, they were also looking to cut, or move over services, as they labeled it, from their budget to ours, which have since been moved back into this budget. They were looking to cut $73,885 related to the school resource officers, $67,870 for crossing guards, $101,304 related to field maintenance, $11,480 for the school department's portion of what they pay for our vision software, which is our taxing software, and finally $31,847 for computer services for services Lori provides, the IT director provides to the school department. Those costs have been added back in for a total of $286,386.
Where are you reading from?
My notes.
Can you pass those on to us?
Yes.
So what does that mean? We've assumed them?
No. So their budget has effectively been reduced. So obviously the local appropriation, you can see, has been reduced by $500,000 to the $55,994. On the expense side, I added the expenses back in, this $286,000, and I created a line item that just shows a negative $786,000 that they're gonna need to cut to balance their budget. So between the $500,000 and this $286,000, they have to make cuts based on this budget of $786,000 to balance their budget.
So just to clarify, Brian, you say they eliminated that 286,000?
Yes.
But that those positions are still in existence? They're trying to push them off their books and have them on our books?
Correct.
I don't understand that. Can you sort of walk me through what they're trying to achieve in that? They're trying to give the perception of a contracted budget, but in reality it's not?
They're about $800,000 short, so they asked for $500 up front, and they're coming up with approximately I think it was $308 was the total shared services. They're asking us to waive those fees, which includes that list that Brian gave that I did forward to the council on in an update. Those specific. So I mean, it's pay me now, pay me later. It's all the same pot of money, right? So if we cut $300,000 from their budget, if they cut $300,000 from their budget, we're going to pick it up. So we could have just asked for $800,000 more. It's just a creative way of muddying the water, in my opinion. But
the SRO is what I was asking the chief about earlier. Right now, the police department bills the school department for providing the officers. The school department is asking us to just waive those fees. So the full vote for the salaries is on the chief.
But really, we're split. I think I heard him say we're split.
So in all fairness, there's two areas that, if you wanted to, these go back to Steve Alfred. So Steve Alfred really siloed all these numbers over the years, made everyone pay their share of what they use or whatever. There's two numbers that, if you had to consider that, any of those shared services, the computer services and the tax software and the computer services. Tax software is Vision 11,480, computer services 31,847. But the other ones, they use those directly. The school resource officer, we hire them for them. Crossing guards, same thing. The field maintenance, same thing. We're using our equipment and so forth for under $1,000. So the tax software and at 11,480 once again. The computer services 31,800.
So the budget we passed includes the school department's budget. So is the net effect of this zero?
No.
Like them eliminating from their budget being on ours. Does that make a net effect of zero or no? Can you walk us through that?
It's funny you mention that because I had a long discussion with my counterpart with the schools, Ryan, which we ended on just not agreeing. But his take was these costs are already in the tax levy, so this is creating no tax impact to the town if we shift it from the town to the school to the town. I would disagree with that because that's not part of our levy right now. Those aren't our services. But we have had discussions on that.
I concur with Brian.
Yeah.
If they cut to 300, we're going to come up with it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not. So just them saying it's not in their budget. Somebody has to pay it just shifts to the sound side, right? They want to shift that $300,000 onto the
Shift
town.
the burden to the town.
Okay. I have a question, and they're not here. We are going to meet with them next Thursday, correct? Okay. Is that the 12th? Wednesday? Okay.
Is
It's
it Wednesday
Thursday.
the 12th or Thursday the 13th? This presentation says the 12th. We have an email that says the 13th.
So it's Thursday, the 13th?
It's Thursday, the 13th.
Okay.
So we're going to meet with them then. If we could just make sure that public comment gets on the agenda, that'd be great, because I just want to make sure people can talk. And as far as, I would like to know, every year they've realized a surplus of not $50,000, it's like $1 million. So really, it probably does exist on their side to fund what they need. And when they close Kurt's Corner.
Yeah, we're going to have to flush out with them at that meeting.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, I understand they use their surplus and they funded capital projects, but maybe this, I don't know, maybe we need to talk about maybe that's not the year to fund capital projects, because the largest capital project is gonna happen at the high school.
Well, even so, Brian, refresh my memory if I'm off here, but when we met with him in December, he was projecting an end-of-year balance north of $2 million.
Yes, yes.
Even with the projects
Yes.
that they're planning.
The initial ask was 2.3 million from them, then they brought it down to 500,000. That was, I know, separate what we're talking about,
But I mean,
they are expecting a surplus.
because the last piece of information that we got in December was that they're looking at a projected end-of-year balance of $2 million or more. And I know we go through the same thing, and I learned it on the school committee about Government Finance Officers Association best practice recommendation is 2 to 3% in reserve in case of an emergency. And I forget, Carol gave us the number, but it was like 1.8, 2.7 or something.
I'm going off memory, but I'm remembering the same as you guys.
Okay. So, bottom line is, it seems to me that that is an issue of spending some of that down. Maybe they don't hit the best practice number. But by the same token, the discussion you had with Ryan, I'm not sure how you would put that into the accounting. If, yeah, we don't write them a check for $55 million and 800,000 more. They're talking 55 million plus 500 in cash, and we take on 300,000 more. But for your accounting purposes, I don't know how you do that other than putting it in their line item.
Correct.
I'm just a little reluctant, you know, the transfer is the transfer, and I'd rather hold that steady, because with declining enrollment, you know, in the way that the law says, you can't fund them less than you did the year before. So I'd like to hear from them. I think they're going to have a surplus. I think they can. We've always had an agreement that they can come back and ask for other money. We've had that for years. We could come back and we would know better in June. They will know better in June what they're looking at too. So I mean, there's that too.
I think that's going to be part of the discussion. This is going to be difficult all the way around. But the end-of-year balance that they're looking at is part of the equation. There's also the fact that we've level funded it for 5 years. There has been tremendous inflation, especially during COVID, and I know the argument's made that level funding in the light of 10% inflation for those years amounts to a cumulative cut. And even with the decrease in enrollment, that's how we've managed it for these last 5 or 6 years, because the fewer students there are, we've done it through layoffs, essentially, and decreasing staff. The problem is that you're going to hit a point, and I don't know whether we're there yet or not, where you reach the point of diminishing returns. You can't keep cutting staff without hitting programs at some point. You can have fewer kids in the class, or you can pack more kids into a particular classroom, but you still have to have certain numbers of classrooms to meet the Basic Educational Plan Act and provide the services that we're required to, sometimes with unfunded mandates. We aren't even at the beginning of this discussion.
Well, you also will have to talk about, as I understand it, Mattoonic is getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and Peacedale and West Kingston are huge, right? So
I had somebody raise that question with me, and I said, I don't know what the answer is. We redistricted 24 months ago.
I know, they might need to do it again. I mean, they might need to look at being more efficient to get what they need. I don't know. I'm not on the school committee. I don't know any about the numbers. So I think that's the other piece. When Mattoonic, if there's only K to 5, 6 grades, and there's 200 people, there's not a lot there.
Certainly something we can flesh out when we're with them next week.
Brian, they're also shifting the field maintenance expenses to the town, right?
That's correct.
How much is that?
100, yes, 101.
They requested.
Right.
Yes.
I'm citing his, the SKSD fiscal year proposed budget. That's right. I asked the question. So what was it, 100 and? 101. 101. Shared services sounds like we pick up the tab, but what do I know?
So that would be so that's if it comes on our side, a 300,000 increase, it's either a 4 or 5 cent increase to the tax rate, right? Is it?
Approximately.
It used to be 68,000 was a penny. I don't know what it's like now.
85.
85.
Yeah.
So 3 pennies. Okay, just checking.
And just to continue on with the school discussion with the schools, I know this has been talked about a few times, so I did work with Ryan from the schools on this. So this is per Rhode Island General Law 16723, maintenance of effort and how you can calculate a reduction based on dropping enrollment. I will clarify, we couldn't get a response from RIDE. There are a lot of different dates throughout the year when school departments report on enrollment. Which one are you using? So there are fluctuations there. Ryan gave me this, and I don't have it in front of me which date this is. I think this is the October date. So it could, say it's a May date, say it's a June, this could fluctuate somewhat, I'm not sure, but this is using Ryan's numbers. He's seeing a difference in enrollment of 91, which would equate to a potential reduction of $2.1 million.
All right, any questions for Brian on this one? Brett, you watching? We got this up here. You requested it. We'll wait till the end, though. We're almost done. We'll let it come up if you want.
Okay. Next up is the town manager's budget. This department, is proposed for an increase in FTEs from 3.5 to 5.5, and the budget overall is proposed for an increase of just under $200,000.
All right.
I explained the options in the beginning.
Right.
It's totally up to the council.
And how would you feel if did you have any issues with those getting a pause for a year?
Not at all.
Okay, I'm comfortable. I don't want to set you back.
No, it's not setting me back. I think it sends a message, like the towns, we're willing to cut, sacrifice, be as lean as we can. Would we use those positions? Absolutely, we could. Under normal circumstances, we put them in. But, you can see the increases that are coming between debt service and everything else, so it's...
I think this is the year to be as mindful and conservative in every dollar that we spend. So I appreciate your willingness to be flexible on that, because I personally do not have much of an appetite for increasing
those two positions are about $250,000 when you combine salary, but they're two high-level positions.
Right.
So I was going to say, I have noticed the meeting notices coming out, and I think that Colleen's doing a great job. That's definitely the strength of Colleen's, is that type of thing. So I think when you hire your new person, you can make sure that is also strength. I like that you could see it as a hybrid role. My only thing is, I don't mind. I want people to know about the meeting before it happens and be able to come. I don't see it as attaboy, we had a meeting and this is what we did. Find out later. I wanted to hear Able City East or whatever.
Yeah, I agree. We've kind of corrected that.
Yeah.
That's been brought up in the past, and that's been corrected. Colleen has done a great job with this, right? So I've researched Westerly, Narragansett, North Kingstown, East Greenwich, Charleston, to see what works best. And the model I really like is North Kingstown. Theirs is a hybrid, and they were very careful who they chose that had an expertise in media, communications, constituent services, and the role of being executive assistant. So that's probably the job description model we will look at and see how we could tailor make it for the town.
Jim, I'm excited to see that you have the communications manager in there. I think it'd be a great thing. I think that Colleen's doing a great job, but as always, I always think we can do better, and I think that the new communications manager will be able to take a fresh approach at it. And I do appreciate you instructing your office to update our websites, update the information that's been out of date, and Colleen being proactive. I've been seeing her recently posting, on the Friday before our meetings. So, thank you, Colleen. If you're still listening, I hope you're not right now and just in bed. But I just am excited to hear that. Anyway, I'll hold my thoughts.
One thing about that, the staff can only do what I expect them to do or ask them to do, so it's not my choice. Right? I'm not a social media person. I don't have any of them subscribe to it. But, once we recognize that this is a council priority, I relayed it to the staff, and they all stepped up. So,
Yeah, I don't think we need a new position. I think we can hire a left foot and a right foot and have them do all the things you need. I mean,
I'm confident we will find the right person for that position.
I think this is an opportunity, given the fact that she's chosen to retire, to make this, like you said, the hybrid position, and we can do better with communication.
Absolutely.
Just want to take a second to clarify one thing. The contributions to HSOA in the town manager's office, I got to get that recoded. So 2 or 3 years ago now, the dues for being members of the League of Cities and Towns was part of the contributions to HSOA. It was moved to the town manager's office. I got to get that recoded so it's a service, not a. I didn't want anyone thinking we're actually doing contributions.
It's the league.
It's the league, yeah. So I got to get that changed. That should be part of services. But that's how it was coded previously.
And Jim, when you got hired, I can't remember, you wanted to be a member of something, the town manager, professional. Are you still a member of that?
Well, it's a local group of town managers, like the South Shore town managers that meet and go over, stuff that's particular to them. The dues is very low for that.
Yeah, are you doing that?
I do, yeah, and ICMA, I think.
Yeah, ICMA.
Yeah, there's that. It's best practices, you get emails on it, but the one we really get the most out is the league, get a lot out of that, but this core group of the local town managers from South Shore up, it's really the town managers versus the mayors. I hate to put it that way, but
Sort of like public
it's a very healthy competition, but the town managers are, especially in this area, have particular issues that the cities have, and the cities have issues that the town managers don't have. So they're very minor fees that we pay, but we get a lot out of them.
All right. Thank you, Jim. All right. We're getting close to the end. We could try to sort of pick it up a little bit if we could, because we're getting close to 11.
We are.
Did you draw the short straw to go last? Sorry.
Yeah, and then I'm going to.
Usually the town clerk goes first, I feel like Susan always went first.
But everybody that knew would be here the whole time at the end.
Yeah. I'll be brief. So I'm pleased to provide you with this budget for the personnel department. We do a lot with very little, it's small but mighty. I do have to give a shout out to Amy and Lucia. We have one full-time personnel administrator, one part-time, and they do a lot. If you think about pushing 240 FTE equivalents, so includes part-time. We swelled over 400 when we get the seasonals in. That means applications, interviews, one harassment claim or anything like that walks through our door, that blows our entire day. So we manage our workload, but we're also, get disrupted often, right? What I'm really focused on this year, and actually at a very low cost, is the efficiencies we've been talking about tonight. So we've developed a web app that we're going to start developing and rolling out for both employees and managers. They can get, we're doing automated web forms. My whole goal this year is to automate the department. That's not to reduce jobs, it's to make us more efficient so we can focus on proactive rather than reactive. An ounce of prevention, so to speak. So most of our increases are due to wages and benefits. There's a small increase in commodities. Commodities actually is in the employee engagement falls under that. So we provide a very
fairly nominal, given the amount of employees we have. I'm asking for a $1,000 increase to $5,500. That covers some of the events we do, so it's offset by the employees, typically through tickets and fees and whatnot, but like we have a community picnic. We try to offset that cost to keep it manageable. We have a town Christmas party, a holiday party. We have a May breakfast. We do things for employee engagement, so it's a small amount of money we put into that. We also have a wellness fund that we put into. Again, it's fairly small. That's $3,500. We haven't used as much this year because I'll give Liz Ennis, who's out of the water department or DPS. She does a phenomenal job. We actually grabbed a bunch of grants this year through the trust, and so she's kept her costs down. But I don't want to see her penalized for that this year because she's actually offset some of those costs. We do plan on using some of those funds to kind of do some additional things this year. She's doing monthly activities with those funds, so she's outstanding. Every single month is a wellness activity. I can't keep up. So.
We would have wanted to come to the soup.
Oh, that's right, the soup.
We didn't get invited.
Oh, yeah, that was.
Wait, Luke, can we come to the barbecue?
That was the pig.
We really want to come to all these things.
I will say this, it's a nice one. It's a different dynamic with employees there when the other people are around, right? Even when the boss is around.
We'll bring treats. All right.
But we try to keep it fun. Everyone here works hard. I can't say enough about all the employees and staff here, and I know I can't speak for Jim here, but I think I'm very proud of everyone. We try to support them any way we can. I think personnel really tries to look at creative ways to. It's not just about retention stuff. It's about making that work-life balance here.
Because if you don't treat employees well, they make their own equity. So,
We do.
I mean, that's what happens.
Yeah, and we realize that. So we're trying to do, like I said, we're small but mighty. We're just trying to look at ways to do things better all the time. So, but yeah, I as you can see, I don't have a big presentation like Rich or Terry. This one's fairly small.
All right. Thank you, Luke. Jim?
We built a team here, and that's why you get this high level of services. And these aren't hollow words, they're true. But I will say the town council has been supportive. I've been in for 3 years now, pretty close. Every council, 3 different councils, you've all been so supportive of the employees. We've gone to with fair wages request to recruit and retain the best people, and we've done a really good job of that. So I'm very appreciative the council listens to what we ask for and is not pushing back too hard. And we have a really good team. I can't emphasize enough. That soup thing we had, that was like going to a family party. Yeah. You don't want Progresso soup.
We need snacks. This is what we keep saying.
So I do come on Fridays with my dog, and I walk through the town hall, and they give her treats, and she sits in Jim's office. That's the best I do. But I don't get rid of it. What? No soup.
All right. Let's keep going here.
Fluffy Friday.
Next, beginning on page 63 is the town clerk. Town clerk is proposed within the town clerk's office is town clerk, canvassing, and municipal court. They're really all housed together. A total of the three divisions is a proposed increase of 5.655% or 40,000. Headcount remains the same as 6. Nicole.
A lot of pencils.
Yes. I do quickly just want to also commend my staff for all the work that they do, because we are a staff of 6 that handles 7 divisions, so I just want to commend them for all the hard work that they've done. We haven't really made any very much increases. It's mainly level funded throughout. We don't have any wild increases over the course of our budgets here.
All right, thank you, Nicole. Any questions? We might have just banged out 4 slides there.
That's a lot. Well, no. Yeah.
I think we did. Nice. Yep.
All right, I've been waiting for this one. 3rd year with the budget, I've gone 0 for 2 in terms of thanking my staff, and everybody always does. It's finally here. You gotta give me 30 seconds. I know it's late, but I gotta thank my staff. I've gone 0 for 2.
At 11 o'clock at night, you're very funny.
I know. So, no, I've been in my, as Jim mentioned, I've been in my hole working on the budget, not in that finance office, and they are running it by themselves. I have a great staff, and I couldn't be more appreciative of them, and I'm glad I'm finally remembering to do this. So, anyway, for finance is proposed for an increase of $111,000 at 12%. Headcount remains the same at 8.6. Driving force on the increase, we are shifting over the software services for the tax collection office from QDS, from IT to finance. Lori, the IT director, has taken the approach of softwares that are division-specific or department-specific, move from IT to those departments. So that's where that cost was about $50,000 of my $111,000 increase.
All right, thank you, Brian.
Okay. Next is the post-year audit. I'm proposing an increase here from 36 to 40, which comes into just under a 10% increase. The 24 audit, our last audit, was the last year of our contract, so we have to go out to bid. And again, at this point, we don't know where the contract will land, so I was proposing an increase.
Who has performed our audit recently?
Clifton Larson Allen.
Thank you.
There you go.
All right. I was actually going to look. I was going to cheat.
Anything like that is his thing. It's like he knows the NFL teams and he knows all the others.
All right, we can keep going, Brian.
All right. Next is operating expenses. So this is the insurances for the town as well as the contingency and employee benefits. Items to note here, you're seeing the fund contingency go back down. That was higher in the current year because of we had an assumed amount in there for contractual obligations. And you're seeing employee benefits go from $112,000 down to zero because, again, we are funded very well for OPEB, and we can knock that down for probably a couple of years. Right now, OPEB is funded at 150%, so we're good there. But this department is showing a increase overall of, no, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong line, it is getting late. It's showing a decrease of a couple of $100,000.
So what? So if you know you're at 150% funded for OPEB, why would you put the 112, 141 in? Why wouldn't you take that out?
Because that will likely get moved. And again, I will be before you. Hopefully, I'm hoping for one of the meetings in March. I'm hoping. So then we can get this reflected when we're back in front of you to the April budget meetings. But those funds will probably get used to repurpose towards the contractual obligations of the 3 new contracts. So
right.
I'm showing that as spent just because it'll get moved to those line items.
Okay. Because why just throw more money after more money?
It wouldn't be for that.
Okay.
Next, page 69 is contributions to human services and outside agencies, which is proposed for level funding. And we'll obviously hear more about that tomorrow night. And finally, capital outlay is proposed for a reduction of about $60,000, about $60,000, I believe, and that is based on the adopted CIP from January 2025.
And that's the changes, the few little changes we tweaked?
That's correct.
Okay. We took something out of planning and
IT and EMS.
Yeah. Okay. I have a question.
Go ahead.
It's like from the beginning. So on slide 5, it's just a presentation of information question, or maybe it's not 5. It's the one where you show the rate of 904. Which page is that? Sorry.
That's page 5.
Is it?
This is the breakdown. I'm going to page 9 that has the breakdown.
Oh, yeah, that's it, right here. Okay, right here. So it says, so on slide 5, we used to pay, well, this year we're paying $11.05 per thousand.
Mm-hmm.
And with the new evaluations, it's 904. Could we just get the amount that the new budget would be if it was just rolled over? Like, is it 1112? Is it 1111? If we would flip the budget and keep the same assessment tax rate. Do you know what I'm asking?
No.
it's hard to compare apples to oranges, because the apple this year is $11.05.
I'm sorry, so if the assessed values didn't change, where would our rate be?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
There you go.
Yes.
Can you tell me what that is? Not tonight, but
Yeah.
like later, so
That's
that
fine.
we can say the proposed budget for this year, if it was the same assessment values, it would be $11.12.
It was, I won't venture a guess right now. I was operating off of that until very recently, and then I got the rebound numbers. It was in the area of $11.40. It was a good size. That's how we get to a levy increase. We knew we were gonna be the levy increase of around 3.37, but
Right. It's just hard to.
Yeah.
Because $9 sounds great, $9.04 sounds great, but it really isn't if it was $11.40, because we would be in sticker shock if it was
Yes.
$11.40. So that's what we need to know.
Yep, okay.
I don't know when you're gonna tell us that, probably
I
not.
can do that tomorrow.
Okay.
I'll have that.
Okay. All right, it's going to race to the end. Brett, you stuck it out the whole way. If you do want to speak, feel free to come on up.
You have 4.5 minutes.
Thank you, everybody. Okay. Just a clerical note, as I was sitting there, you might want to, when you're going to have the school committee here, get it to the agenda that you guys want them to talk about, because there's so many safeguards that they pull out from where they won't talk to you. Geez, it wasn't on our agenda, but we'd love to talk about it. Make sure everything you want to talk about, you tell them you want to talk about it, okay? And again, the skepticism, the transparency, up to every file we can go to this meeting, okay? They're trying to flip the script and say, we're going to take this out, and now you're going to pay for it, you guys were smart enough to pick that up. Okay, no, Deb, you can give them less. It's right here. You don't have to level fund them again. It's right here. You can give them $2,102,000, whatever it is, whatever, over 2.1 million. Okay? No, they don't want it. They don't want anything. They've got a lot of safeguards there, and I get it. If they get bigger, if the school gets bigger, you guys, they can come back, and you guys will gladly give them this. We have so many things. As we said at other meetings, they asked for the PAYGO money. They got that. They did say that if the schools gets delayed, they would use the $10 million contingency to cover the cost there. So boom, you're right at the 150. You have to find a way to rein this in. Here's some money to do it. Have them tell you why they don't want to do this. Honestly tell you why they don't want to do this. Okay? I don't, they're going to say, hey, don't take Mr. Smith, the music teacher, or this guy and that. It's not that. It's don't touch our contracts. Don't touch what we're doing. Don't touch what's in front of us. We got a lot of money to spend here in the school. So let's look at this. Let's look at this really hard. And, the first thing, they always like to say is, it's a non-starter, okay? Well, the taxpayers have some non-starters, but nobody's talking to them. I like when I come to these meetings, and I love, my favorite slide was 10, where we talked about the town, 27.67%. They run this entire town on that. 72.33. We won't even get into the cost per student, okay? For 23,000. I don't come up here with all the facts that Doral does, but he gives you real numbers, guys. That's not pulling this out of thin air. So, the school department, they have a lot of things to protect them. And all I need to say is evergreen, okay? That's a thing of beauty. We'd all love to have that, okay? Let's really look at this. I know all I've heard is they'll never do that, they'll never do that. They don't want to do anything, okay? The school gets bigger and the kids come and we get all into housing in and it gets bigger, well, we'll reassess and they can bring people back. But like you're saying, you were talking about enrollment dropping in Matunic. You might have to redistrict again. yes, it's hard decisions. I mean, and I know everybody thinks, Laurel's a Looney Tune, but, he does have some good ideas, I mean, maybe there's a time where we regionalize South Kingstown and North Kingstown. I mean, we know why the school department doesn't want that, okay? But desperate times call for desperate measures, guys. So I just don't want it to be the school department says, no, we don't want it, and that's okay with you guys, okay? They're always going to say the kids, okay? You gotta look at the taxpayers sometimes as well, because we're footing the bill. All right, guys, it's late. Everybody wants to go to bed. Have a good night.
Thank you.
So just before he goes, he does remind us of a very good point, is if we could increase the agenda items to include enrollment, capital expenditures, I don't know what the vocabulary words are.
Redistricting or something along those
Redistricting,
lines?
realignment, efficiencies, operations.
Maybe it's just school districting, not necessarily redistricting.
Because the sad thing is you might come up with something you're not thinking about right now. Well, their ace in the hole is going to be, geez, we love to talk about it, but it's not on the agenda.
So that, yes, so thank you for running, because we always run into that.
Yeah, I know, I gotta push back. That's a state law. It's not some devious
But
thing
it's,
that
but it's,
they're
no,
trying
I'm
to
not,
do.
I'll accept that, Jim, but it's nice that they have it. It's very, these other departments don't have that. The guy who's plowing and these other, they come up, these other unions come up, they don't have that ace in the hole. Very nice to have that type of thing.
It's frustrating. It's frustrating for people on the school committee too.
Redistricting, enrollment, the high school project, brainstorm.
Perhaps we can review it before it
Yeah.
is given out to the Secretary of State for notice, so we can give our comments as to whether it's broad enough.
And then maybe you can put it in the end, and anything we didn't think about, that we'll bring up at the meeting.
Well, the law prevents them probably from talking to parents and things like that, but this is also, it's a work session, correct? So it's not an official business meeting per se, so maybe you could talk and clarify with legal, should an extraneous topic come up, are we able to talk about it, because it's not a voting item, they're not taking a vote, they've already passed their budget, they would have to go back and amend their budget, so why couldn't we talk about certain things? I don't know. Talk about
I
programming.
do know you guys get frustrated because, as you know, I'm at a lot of meetings, and I see your frustration when you do ask them something, and that's what they come back with.
Yeah, it's
Because if
frustrating.
I was up there, if I was one of you guys, I wouldn't be so pleasant. I'd probably go over the table.
All right. Thank
We
you,
would
Brett.
be arrested. The police chief sits in the back.
Jay, go ahead.
Kudos to Brett for coming out every time. Just saying. I know. We'll get him an award for that. Briefly, y'all said that the change from 2% to 3% is $60,000 for the non-union personnel COLA increase. It's $60,000. That's it.
That is the best approximation we can get. A total of a 3% increase would be $180,000 increase. If we go to from 2, bring it down, divided by a third, right? So if we go down to 2%, it would be about $120,000 increase. 3% to $180,000.
Gotcha. I would just maybe consider 2% as opposed to 3% because the other ones are 2% and the NIA is the outlier.
That's a good point, but the other years they have had 3%. That's the 1 year point that they get the 2%, but then the contracts go up from there. So, but
I hear you. I just non-union COLA bumps are getting rarer and rarer. So I mean, 2% to me not bad. Just my opinion.
All right, it's going to bring us to the end.
Thanks.
Thank you all for your time. Great work. See you tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, no motions, just a work session.
Good job, Brian. Good job, Jim.